loud again. Man. Hey guys. Why does it sound loud when I first start? And then hold on 1 second. Huh. Okay. How do I sound? Because StreamYard like set up, everything's like different, and I feel like my mic settings might have got recalibrated or reset. Hi everybody. It's been forever. I feel like I don't know how to do this anymore. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, you do. Yeah, StreamYard is set up all different. It has this extra side on the left now, which I wish I could take that away. There we go. I was able to exit out of it. Okay. Did you really? Oh, I missed you guys too. I haven't been feeling good, guys. My stomach, and I think I've had I don't know if the flu can last a week, but the past week I've felt like my stomach and like my body's felt like sick. Like I feel like it was trying to fight off something where I could not get enough energy to even freaking do a live. Like yesterday, I was trying to get ready for one and I couldn't do it. I was just like, oh my God, it's just like that exhaustion feeling you feel, plus with the stomach together. It's just like, oh my God. Okay, so maybe, I don't know. But today, I feel finally a day where I feel better than the next. Like I felt like I was only getting a little bit worse every day, but finally today I feel better than yesterday. So hopefully I'm starting to get better now. But I felt bad because like I couldn't do a live, guys. I couldn't. I tried to do like a couple of the pre-recorded Ezra's, but I could not do it, and I was feeling really bad. But how is everybody doing? I'm going to cover the Idaho. I have not covered it in over a year. But guys, check out my playlist because I do have almost 60 videos that I did do on it. So I did cover it. I was just going through my files. I transferred my files from my Idaho case from this computer over here. I have so many files. So I thought today I want to cover the new stuff, but I thought maybe even like this week I could go over, like we could go backwards and go over like some of the stuff from, a couple years ago. Like the beginning of it, and kind of go through it because I have a lot of files I would like to try to go through. Are you guys probably all heard, I mean, it's everywhere, I know, like the new text messages, the 911 transcripts. Then I was downloading all the files on the court website and trying to go through like the interesting ones and highlight some of the interesting ones. So that's what I'm going to read to you. And I don't know, okay, so since I haven't been covering this case in over a year, is it all out with Dylan, the roommate? Now, not the original stuff that came out in the affidavit where she talks about like seeing Brian and his eyebrows and all the first stuff she said, but the stuff that just came out, it was 224 about like more specifics of her interviews. Have you guys read that? That document that goes through like some of the stuff she said in the interviews on top of the affidavit stuff. So I was gonna go over that too. Oh, hi, Mariki. I know I was. I might be all over the I might be all over the place today, but wait, I think I'm always all over the place. Okay, so let's just get right into it. But yeah, that's what I was trying to ask. How many people have seen those? Because I know I'm sure a lot of people have already seen the text message in the 911 transcripts by now, which I'm still going to read through them because I want to talk about them with you. But how many of you guys saw the document that talks about Dylan's interviews, like that just came out a couple weeks ago? Have you guys read that through that or no? Oh, you haven't heard of this case? Dang it. Okay. Shoot, I wasn't planning on doing like a summary. There's so much to this case. Here is my, hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right, hold on. Let me share. I should put this in the description, but here's my playlist on this case. Okay. Well, dang it. You know what? Actually, I have a little quick thing from like I think over a year ago where they did like it's like a 7-minute timeline of the case. I could play that first. So maybe those you guys didn't hear of it, maybe that can help make sense. Because it's like, this is a case that's, like 3 years old now. There's so much to go over, I feel like, if you start at day one, but I am going to go back through it this week. I'm going to go back through from day one and go over it. But today I'm going to go over the new stuff, but I will play this timeline video. Hold on a second. For those of you guys that aren't aware of this case, maybe it'll help you. It's called a detailed visual timeline. ABC News did it. Let me play this first for you guys, and maybe that'll help people that aren't aware of this case. All right, let me do that first, and then we'll go over the new stuff. So people that are familiar with it, just be patient, and it'll give you a little refresher. It's like an 8-minute timeline video that they did. It's pretty good though. Let's watch this, and then we'll go over the new stuff. All right, here we go. We'll watch this first. Here's the victims here. 4 people were murdered. 4 college students from Idaho.
On November 13th, 2022, these 4 university students were discovered stabbed in their home in Moscow, Idaho. Local police described the case as very complex, and it took more than 6 weeks for a suspect to be arrested. We pieced together information from a case affidavit released by authorities, verified publicly available evidence, and pulled in ABC News reporting to create a visual timeline outlining significant events in this case. I'm Emmanuel Saliba, a senior reporter with ABC News. It's around 9 p.m. local time on Saturday, November 12th in Moscow, Idaho. According to an affidavit released by authorities, Zana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are seen hanging out at the Sigma Chi house. It's about a 5-minute walk from their off-campus house on King Road. Zana's roommates Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan are at the Corner Club. It's a historic sports bar in town. They stay at the bar for about 3 hours, according to an affidavit released by authorities. And around 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie leave the corner bar. The next available images we have of them are in this surveillance footage obtained by ABC News. They're heading towards a local food truck, which is about a 6-minute walk from the bar. Police say this man with them is not a suspect. This is the grub truck. They have been streaming live on Twitch since about 10 p.m. And around 1:41 a.m., we see all 3 of them walk into frame. Maddie and Kaylee order food.
Have a good night. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think I would like the carbonara.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many more do you need? That's the second one? Awesome.
Don's mom.
$10.
That aren't, so there's Maddie and Kaylee, 2 of the victims right here. Kaylee's sister is the one that figured this out, did a little investigative work, found this grub truck that does like live streams, and they freaking after the bar, they went to this grub truck, they got some food, and right after that they get dropped off home, and a couple hours later they're murdered. Okay, so that's right here is what is going to be 2 of the victims, those of you that haven't seen this yet.
Cool. Thank you.
47. Thank you very much.
They wait around for about 10 minutes. Around 1:51 a.m., they grab food from the truck window and walk out of frame. Police confirm that at this point they get picked up by a car service, and about 6 minutes later, they arrive at home on King Road. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates. 2:47 a.m., according to police, a phone belonging to the suspect, Brian Koberger, stops connecting to the cell network in nearby Pullman, Washington. This is where he lives and studies criminology as a PhD student at Washington State University. 2:53 a.m., authorities say a white sedan consistent with a vehicle registered to Koberger is seen traveling towards the highway that connects Pullman and Moscow. It's only about a 10-mile drive between the 2 cities. At 3:29 a.m., surveillance footage obtained by police from the King Road neighborhood captures a white sedan making an initial drive by the victim's house. Authorities say this car will make another 2 passes in the next 30 minutes. It's 4 a.m. According to the affidavit, Zana receives a DoorDash delivery. And a source tells ABC News that the delivery is contactless and the order is left at the front door. A surviving roommate would later tell authorities that around this time, 4 a.m., she wakes up to what sounds like Kaylee playing with her dog in the room on the 3rd floor. She also reports hearing someone say, "There's someone here." 4:04 a.m., authorities say the white sedan is seen driving into the neighborhood a 4th time. 4:12 a.m., according to phone records obtained by police, Zana is awake and using TikTok. The affidavit states that the same surviving roommate says she hears what sounds like crying coming from Zana's room. She opens her door a second time and says she hears a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At 4:17 a.m., this security camera on a neighbor's home picks up distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. This camera is less than 50 feet from Zana's bedroom. The affidavit states the surviving roommate then opens her door a 3rd time. She sees a masked man walking past her towards the sliding glass door in the kitchen. In frozen shock, she locks her door. 4:20 a.m., police say the white sedan is seen leaving the neighborhood at a high rate speed. 5:25 a.m., authorities say that same vehicle is seen on 5 cameras back in the Pullman area, near where the suspect lives. And then, between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m., police say data collected shows the suspect's phone appearing near the scene of the murders. About 8 hours after the killings, a 911 call reports an unconscious person at the scene of the crime. Shortly after, Moscow police discover the bodies of 4 students.
The facts of the case that we know right now.
November 16th, police reveal the 4 victims were stabbed to death.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him.
This is Ethan's mom on November 30th at a vigil honoring her son and the 3 other victims.
That's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
We're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
December 7th, no suspects have been publicly identified, and Moscow police appeal to the public for help.
Any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
December 15th, Koberger and his father are driving eastbound on I-70 when they get pulled over by a Hancock County Sheriff's deputy.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. You're right up on the back end of that van. So you're coming from Washington State University? Yeah. And you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours.
They're driving across the country to their family home in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
10 minutes later, they are pulled over again, but this time by Indiana State Police. Both departments would later say they had no identifying information on the suspect at the time of these stops or the alleged vehicle involved. The Indiana State Police added in another statement that its agency wasn't directed by the FBI to make the traffic stop. 15 days later, Koberger is arrested in Pennsylvania. The FBI identified the suspect by linking DNA evidence from the crime scene to a public genealogy database. January 3rd, he is extradited back to Idaho, where he is charged with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder. In his statement, his extradition lawyer in Pennsylvania said his client was eager to be exonerated. The suspect remains in custody, awaiting his next court appearance in June.
Okay, so that is a very basic thing. There was a lot of weird things like at the beginning, what they said and what they didn't release and what they didn't say. It has been just very odd. And the reason why, like these text messages, this is 3 years later, these text messages are coming out. And the reason it's such a big deal, I'm going to read them, is because why haven't we heard of these in 3 years? Like we didn't, just like they took so long to tell us that Dylan, there was 2 roommates that survived that he didn't even bother, or whoever the killer was didn't even bother to freaking, they made it. They didn't get touched, right? But at first we were told they were 2 roommates that were at the bottom level. There was a 3-level house, right? So at first it was like, oh, hold on, why didn't that? Oh, there we go. Why is that? Yeah, it's all set up different. Okay. They're like the 2 roommates, their bedrooms are on the bottom. Well, we find out later, no, Dylan's was on the level of Xana and Ethan's. And she freaking actually saw them. Like, it's just so crazy the way they were releasing information. It was just very odd. So finally now they're releasing these text messages that were going on between the 2 surviving roommates during the time of the murder, basically. And then the 911 call transcripts, because nobody knew. We just heard from the beginning that they said unconscious person, which is really weird because they were all stabbed to death. How can you even mistake somebody's going to be bloody like for an unconscious person? That part, I'm so confused how they see Xana and they say unconscious and they don't say somebody that's been like stabbed to death, murdered. I mean, there had to be blood everywhere. I don't get that. So there is a lot of weird stuff. Thank you, Sheila. Oh, thank you. So I'm going to read through some of these documents. They just got released last week. When was it? Just a few days ago, not that long ago. And so I'm going to read those. So hopefully the people that are new to this case, hopefully you're not too confused, but I will go over it this week. We could kind of start from day 1 or rewind back and kind of go through everything. Because it is a really interesting case, and the trial is supposed to be August of this year. So it's going to be interesting because there is a lot of people that think Brian is innocent. Well, I don't know if a lot. I mean, there's a group of people. I would say there's probably a good amount of people that don't think he's guilty, and then I do. I think he is, but I mean, there are a lot of people that think he's innocent. I think it's just because of all the lies that have been told and how it's been handled. It makes people hard to believe, the cops or the law enforcement. But yeah, I do. I think he's guilty. I think they got the right guy. Okay, so, but there is some weird stuff. Like DoorDash was ordered around the same time of the murders. The DoorDash, they must have just missed each other. Just like so many weird things that happened. All right, let me just get into the documents. And hopefully those are the people that don't know anything in the case. Were you able to follow that good enough? So they arrested Brian Koberger. And a sheath was left there, not the knife. Here, let me show you. I have pictures. Hold on. I'll show you what they mean. Oh, wait, what did I just do? Right here. Okay. So it was something like this here. Actually, this is what it looked like. This is the K-bar knife. So it's not the actual knife. They don't have the weapon. They just have the sheath with his. So right here, they found DNA under the button. Oh, I thought I was, sorry, wasn't sharing my screen. Thank you again, Sheila. So they found, this isn't his knife. This is just, actually somebody that, one of my mods, Ashley, my old mods, well, she still is a mod, but she has, I think her son was in the army, and they have these knives. I don't know. She sent me these pictures of what it would look like, the type of knife and sheath. So, under this strap right here, or this button right here, they found DNA and touch DNA, which okay, so they matched it back to Brian Koberger, where they actually got oh my God, I gotta refresh. This has been so long since I went over this case now. A bottle, right, a water bottle from Brian's family's house, and they tested it, and they, it linked back to Brian in the white car, and where he lived and everything. It linked back to Brian, right, Koberger. But anyway, yeah, so they found a little bit of DNA, and this sheath was laying next to Maddie, one of the victims, but the knife, I don't know where the knife is. But yeah, so a lot of people were talking about like the touch DNA is not that reliable, and but it's just crazy though, because all the coincidences though, because okay, so maybe it's not reliable, but the fact that it did match Brian's, which he does have a white car, he doesn't have an alibi, he does have that type of car. Yeah, the year was a little off, that's a little weird. He has a 2014, they said up to 2013, which I don't understand why they didn't open it up into later years, because his was a 2014. So that's, a lot of people are weirded out about that, because how can like an expert on this stuff get that wrong? If they do look similar, there was just a little bit, I think it's the what is it, the lights? It's been so long, forgive me guys, it's been forever, like almost 2 years since I went over this case. I used to know it like the back of my hand. I think it's the lights. So the lights are a little bit different. There's a few differences in the 2014 to 2013, but it's like they should have, a lot of people are like, if he was an expert in the cars, he should have known that. Like, why did they just make it match his car? Because, you know what I'm saying? Because, oh, this fits him, let's make it match his. Why wouldn't they have said up to 2014? So that's a little weird. But anyway, I just think there's too many coincidences though. Okay, so because somebody did it. I mean, who did it? A lot of people are thinking he was framed, and somebody like took it. Some people are like, oh, maybe they took his knife and they framed him and left that sheath there to like frame him or something. But it's like, if they were to frame him, they probably would have made sure there was way more DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not a lot of DNA. So he probably did make sure he wiped it down good, but he probably missed the part where you unbutton the thing, I don't know. Okay, so let me go through, let's read some of this stuff here. All right. Let me see what you guys. No. Marines, yeah. Oh, his dad's a Marine? I didn't know that. That's one thing I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. But see, that's up for people are talking about how the argument on that, which I'm with you, Jordan, like I do think they got the right guy, but the people arguing on that is like the radius of like, are you talking about like him coming back to the house previous? So they're saying like it could be like how many miles, like if you take the radius of when it would have I can't even think of words right now. Forgive me guys. My mind is still a little it could be like they weren't able to like pinpoint it exactly at the house. Like the affidavit was a little misleading, I guess. They say they can't like put him exactly at the house with those previous, that's them saying this is the argument that the people that are saying he's innocent, that it would just be like a radius. He could have been like a mile, a couple miles away just on campus. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think they got the right guy. And then he did that research, that survey about how like what it would feel like to commit a crime, and just like there's just different weird things. Yeah, my stomach and just all week, I don't know what's going on. I've been feeling exhausted in my stomach and this exhaustion. So okay, so let's read some of this stuff here. So we'll start off, I kind of put it in order. We're gonna start off with the text, then we're gonna go to the 911, and then we're gonna go, oh, that's the Dylan stuff. This is the stuff I don't know if a lot of people are reading that. Okay. Actually, though, real quick, though, I wanted to show you the two roommates. These are the two surviving roommates so you could get a visual. So this is Dylan and this is Bethany. These are the texts, so you kind of have a visual who's texting back and forth. These are the two that are going to be texting. Dylan is the one that actually seen him. So when you see the one that's like, oh my God, he's dressed in black, and she's the one that was on the main floor. The one, Bethany's going to be the one telling her, come down to my room. So this is Dylan, this is Bethany. Okay. All right. So let me zoom in here. All right. So let's just. Okay, I'm just going to start. Let me just read this. I don't know if you guys want me to read the whole, no, because I have so much to read. I was just going to skip to some of the, yeah, I'm just going to stick to with what I was planning on reading. Okay. Okay. So this is, there we go. So, and this is huge. The people that's been following this case, this coming out is a huge thing because nobody knew these text messages existed. So we're all like, what the heck? Okay, so DM is Dylan, and then this is Bethany, okay? So Dylan's phone records contain Exhibit S1 for November 13th, 2022. That's when it happened, by the way, you guys. Okay, so in Bethany's testimony contained in Exhibit S2 as to what Dylan told her should be allowed at trial. So they're trying to, obviously the state wants it. The defense doesn't want it. They're trying to make sure, the state's trying to make sure that they can show this at trial when they have the trial in August, right? And because it could fall under like the hearsay rule, I guess, and they're trying to say it should be exempt from the hearsay rule. So they're trying to, that's why they're doing this. I can't talk very good, guys. Just bear with me here. Okay. Oh, that is a huge, thank you. I should talk about that. Let me just, yeah, that's important. So this happened around 4 a.m, guys, the murder, right? They did not call 911 till noon the next day. So to keep that in mind when we're reading this, they end up going to sleep or whatever they do all night, then call people over, call friends over before they call 911. So keep that in mind, how weird that is, that this is happening and they don't call 911 till 8 hours later? Is that what it would be? Yeah, 8 hours later. So that's a huge thing. Okay. All right. Here we go. In the case at bar starting November 13th, Dylan sends a text message to an Uber driver, I don't know who that is, initials EG, to inquire if he's driving. The state submits this text message exchange as not hearsay because it will not be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Example, EG's driving status. Instead, it would be offered to show a timeline for the night. Dylan was awake and texting at 2:10. So it's just to show that she was awake at 2:10 texting. Okay. So they're trying to show the court, like, it's not for the matter of the truth. It's just to show the timeline. Okay. So it shouldn't be like a hearsay exemption or, okay. So from 4:19 to 4:21, Dylan attempts to call Bethany, Xana. So Xana is one of the victims. Kaylee's one of the victims. Madison's one of the victims. Xana was there with her boyfriend, Ethan, on the main floor. So Xana and Ethan were on the floor that Dylan's room was on. Kaylee and Madison were in the bed sleeping up on the 3rd level together. They were in a room together. Okay. Just remember that. So Kaylee and Madison were like best friends. They were in a room together. Xana and her boyfriend were on the main level, the same level that Dylan was on. Bethany was on the basement level. Okay. So she called Xana. So she called all of her roommates, Xana, Kaylee, Madison. She called them. They didn't answer. Okay. The records of these calls are not hearsay as they each do not meet the definition of a statement, oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct intended as an assertion. So at 4:22 to 4:24 a.m., Dylan and Bethany send the following text message. So Dylan sends one to Bethany, says, no one is answering after she tries to call them. And then she says, I'm really confused right now. And then she tries to text Kaylee and says, Kaylee, And then Dylan tries to text Kaylee again and says, "What's going on?" Kaylee's already dead by then, right? Because what time? Yeah, she would already be, because well, actually, we guess we don't know who he killed first. We're assuming that he went upstairs and killed Kaylee and Maddie first, and then downstairs, Xana. I'm thinking, my theory is that Xana and Ethan heard something, came out, and then maybe saw him coming down with a knife, ran back to the room. He kills them. And the reason I think he killed, this is just my opinion. I think Ethan and Xana were second, because then Dylan sees him walk out from that way. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the layout of the house, he would be coming from Ethan and Xana's room when she opens the door and sees him walk out, and she thinks he walked out through the kitchen door. So I'm guessing, obviously, he didn't go upstairs after that and kill Kaylee and Maddie. That they were first. So I think either one of them were the target, and then I think Ethan and Xana were just kind of like collateral damage. They just were up, heard something, came out and saw him. That's what I think. And then, so yeah. Anyway, so Bethany says, yeah, to Dylan, yeah, dude, WTF. Xana was wearing all black. So she says, Bethany says to Dylan that Xana was wearing all black. And then Dylan says, I'm freaking out right now. And then Dylan says, no, it's like ski mask almost. And then Bethany says, shut the F up. And then she says, actually. And then Dylan says, like he had something over his forehead and little in mouth. And she says, Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And Bethany says, so am I. And Dylan says, my phone is going to die. And Bethany says, come to my room. Run down here. Okay. It says, all of the above declarations are present tense impressions and excited utterances. This is supported by Dylan's grand jury testimony, where she indicates she just witnessed a startling event. Example, heard noises in residence and saw an unknown male in the residence. The declarations indicate both Bethany and Dylan are trying to make sense of the startling event contemporaneously or immediately following the startling event. No time for reflection or fabrication. So they're trying to set it up to show, like, this is why it's an exempt from the hearsay, like, because there's certain things that it has to follow. So there's no time for reflection or fabrication. See Dylan's grand jury testimony attached S3. At 4:24, Dylan calls Ethan, call unanswered. So Ethan's the boyfriend. It's the victim too. This phone record, like other records of calls, is not a statement pursuant to. So Dylan and Bethany continue to text at 4:24. Dylan texts Bethany, I'm scared though. And Bethany responds, yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. Because remember, Bethany's like, run, come down here. And Dylan's like, I'm scared though. And she says, yeah, but it's better than being alone. Again, both statements are admissible as present tense impressions and excited utterances, as they are describing an event or their state of mind are spontaneous reactions to that event rather than the result of reflective thought. At 4:27, Dylan calls Gonzalez, which is Kaylee, one of the victims upstairs. She calls and she doesn't answer. And at 4:28, Dylan calls Xana, which is the one on her level, doesn't answer. These are not statements pursuant to RE 801. At 4:32, Dylan sends the text messages to Kaylee stating, please answer. This statement is present tense impression, shows Dylan's perception of events, an excited utterance, spontaneous reaction to that event, rather than the result of reflective thought. Maybe I should have read the stuff describing why they're saying this should be exempt from the hearsay rule, because some of the reasons is like, if it's like in the moment present, you don't have any time to, like, it's like I don't know how to word it right, but they're kind of trying to show like spontaneous reaction to that event rather than the result of reflective thought. The next morning, Dylan sends the following text message starting at 10:23. Okay. So now they hadn't called 911. Who knows what they did for freaking 6 hours, but at 10:23 in the morning, still haven't called 911. She texts Kaylee again, please answer. Then she texts Maddie. Those are the two that are up, that were on the third floor, right? Are you up? And then Kaylee again, she says, "Are you up?" There's no answer, obviously, because they are dead. These text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. Even if deemed hearsay, they are allowable as present sense impressions as they reflect a consistency and continuations of Dylan's text messages from the night prior and reflect her then perception of what was then occurring. Waking up and realizing that she had not heard from her roommates. At 11:39:09, Dylan has a text exchange with her father. Bethany, or BM, sorry, that's her father's initials. These statements are not hearsay as they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show timeline for the morning. At 11:50, Dylan receives a text message from Jay stating, "Bro." This text message will not be introduced for the truth of the matter. At 11:58, Dylan calls EA. This phone record, the initials EA, this phone record is not a statement pursuant to IRE 801. Dylan receives a text message from Jay at 11:51. So because they're just setting these up for a timeline, they don't say what some of these messages were. They only show like what they were to like the roommates, but obviously whatever she receives from Jay, I don't know. But anyway, so she received a text message from Jay at 11:51 and a vandal alert at 1:04:01. These texts are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show a timeline. So Dylan and Bethany's testimony contained in exhibits S2 and S3. The state anticipates that both Dylan and Bethany will testify at trial. The state intends to ask each witness about statements made to them on November 13th, 2022. This testimony should substantively replicate the testimony they provided at the grand jury proceedings. The state submits the statements from both Dylan and Bethany to each other are allowable hearsay because they are present sense impressions and or excited utterances. Previous adjudication. Judge John Judge has previously ruled that the text messages and statements of Dylan to Bethany are present sense impressions and excited utterances, holding both the text messages and the testimony of Bethany as to what Dylan told her were admissible as exceptions to the hearsay rule. Sealed order denying motion to dismiss. Let's see. Dylan's phone records contain S1. Okay. And under here, I don't, that's about all I think. Okay. So those are those text messages that just came out a couple days ago, which are pretty interesting. Actually, though, let me just read, since I just read those, hold on. I should have read, you know what I should have read first? Let me read to remind us what the affidavit that came out, like, that says about when Dylan, like, saw him and stuff. Let me read that real quick, a part of it, so you could see, like, what she said. Now, this is the first stuff that came out. There's more new stuff that came out about her interviews too that I'm going to go over after we read the 911 calls. But this is the old stuff. I just want to read a few paragraphs of what she says that she saw that night, right? Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Xana, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Make this a little bit bigger. And law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So they cleared him. So Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. Now, this is interesting to do this because you know what I want to do after this for my next live? I want to compare, unless we could probably do it live after I read everything I want to read, kind of compare if what her statement matches the text messages. What she said happened, does that a match with what the text messages say? I don't know. So she said she was awoken at 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Thank you, baby. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Xana's phone showed this could also have been Xana, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, which is the house that the murder happened in, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Xana's room. Dylan stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Can you imagine? Oh my God. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding glass door. Dylan locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Dylan did not state that she recognized the male. She leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany and Dylan's phone, and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print that was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then aminoblack, a protein stain that detects the presence of cell material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of Dylan's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with Dylan's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search of commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvas was conducted in the area. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours. So this, I just wanted to read you that because this is the old affidavit. So, man, I wish I would have had time to go through some of my old files because I want to find like where it is where I have the whole map of the house and stuff where I could just pull it up. But I have so many files. Let me see. Just to show for those of you that aren't familiar with the house or the thing to kind of show you like the setup so you could kind of follow. So now I actually want to read though. I'm going to read the new stuff that came out about Dylan's interviews, which I think is really interesting. Sorry, I was just trying to find. I didn't realize. I thought everybody was going to be familiar with it, so I didn't plan on showing like the makeup of the house. But now that I see that you are, I want to show you. Oh, here's somewhat. But it's, hold on. So it's all the different floors. So you have Xana. Okay, so this would be where Dylan was right here, right? Which it's not, this is where Dylan was that day. This is why I think it was that he killed the upstairs first because, so this is upstairs. Kaylee, they were in Maddie's bedroom, right? If I'm remembering right. So upstairs, this is the third floor, okay? But this is The second floor, this is where Dylan was. On the second floor, this is Xana and Ethan. So when she seen him, she opens the door. So she'd be standing right here. She says she cracked the door open as he was walking from this room over here. She thinks he went out this door. So he's walking past her. I don't think he saw her because, I mean, she probably had the lights off. I think she was peeking and she seen him, and I don't think he saw her. And then he walked past her. Can you imagine? So just to kind of show you a setup. And then Bethany was on the basement floor. This is the basement floor. Okay. Crazy. Okay, so let me read. I'm going to read before I do the 911, I want to read this one first because I think this is so interesting. So this is more details of what Dylan said. The one that saw Brian, or I shouldn't say that because he's not convicted yet, but the one that's seen whoever murdered the girls or the girls and Ethan. So let's see. There's some interesting things about some of the stuff she said. Okay. So remember, like one of the big things that she said, like the bushy eyebrows, because she could only see his eyes. Because remember, he had his mouth covered. He had something on his face like this. So she said what we've been hearing and what we heard like over a year ago about is she saw his bushy eyebrows. And then they were talking about like how Brian had bushy eyebrows. I don't know, but she didn't remember much. She just seen his eyes and bushy eyebrows, right? And tried to give like a height, but she just said she didn't know. She didn't see enough to do a composite sketch, which I'm glad she didn't just try to do it because she obviously didn't see him good enough, while he was covered up and it was dark. And anyway, so this is, witness identification by bushy eyebrows. So the defense is trying to get that thrown out. They don't think that she should be allowed to go up there and be able to say the bushy eyebrows because it's not reliable. Like, well, it'll explain why they don't think that she should be allowed to say that. Okay. So Brian Koberger, by and through his attorney of record and pursuant to Idaho rules of evidence, moves this honorable court for an order in limine excluding any evidence referencing bushy eyebrows. More specifically, the defense asserts that rules 403, 601, and 602 of the Idaho rules of evidence bar witness Dylan from using the words bushy eyebrows or identifying Mr. Koberger in that matter or in that manner. Okay, I highlighted things that I thought would be important to read that I wanted to read. So I'm going to skip some of this other stuff, but if you guys want me to send you any of these documents, if you want to read them all, let me know. All right. So failure to challenge unreliable witness identification can result in finding that trial counsel's performance was deficient and provide a basis for overturning a conviction. So they're saying if it comes that it was unreliable, it could provide a basis of overturning conviction. In this case, the description provided by Dylan is unreliable and should be excluded. Although she has never identified Mr. Koberger, testimony by Dylan from the witness stand describing bushy eyebrows while Mr. Koberger sits as the accused at trial will be as damning as her pointing to him saying he is the man that did this. When considering whether identification by a witness is reliable, the Idaho Supreme Court has applied the Manson-Biggers balancing test, which looks at, and sometimes when this is so big, it's hard to read, the opportunity of the witness to view the criminal at the time of the crime, the witness's degree of attention, the accuracy of the witness prior description of the criminal, the level of certainty demonstrated at the identification, the length of time between the crime and the identification. When the Manson-Biggers balance test is applied to the facts of this case, the reliability of the witness identification is non-existent. Dylan is the only person alive who is known to have seen the intruder. She only saw the intruder briefly. Her recollection or lack thereof is filled with uncertainty, fuzziness, the influence of alcohol, dreaming, and sleepiness. She did not see the intruder well enough to describe him to a composite artist. After Mr. Koberger was arrested, she did not recognize him from a photo. Interviews on November Well, let me move this over here. Okay, there we go. Interviews. Oh, it's still doing it. Anyway. Interviews on November 13th. On November 13th, Dylan was inside the house when the murders occurred and saw a figure dressed in black, hereinafter intruder. When she peeked out of her bedroom door around 4 a.m., shortly after seeing the intruder, she went downstairs to Bethany's room. The two girls fell asleep. Roughly 8 hours later, a 911 call was made from Bethany's phone at 11:56 a.m. More than 8 hours after seeing the intruder. Dylan was interviewed by law enforcement at the scene and at the police department. It was confusing to Dylan that the intruder looked at her but did not come towards her or say anything. When describing the intruder to the officer Nunez at the scene, she described the height, build, and clothing of the intruder. Her description did not mention eyebrows. When she called Bethany before going downstairs to Bethany's room, Dylan said that she was kind of in and out of it. I was really tired. Later, when she was interviewed at the police department, Detective Mowry inquired about facial features and asked Dylan if she knew what color the intruder's eyebrows were. She did not know the color of the intruder's eyebrows, or the color of the intruder's eyes or eyebrows. Everything was kind of blurry. Like, I don't fully remember it. That's quote what she said. Everything was kind of blurry. Like, I don't fully remember it. During the Mowry interview, Dylan again mentioned that she was in and out of it because she was so tired. Pictures on November 13th, 2022. Law enforcement took pictures of Dylan's room on November 13th, 2022. And November 19th, or on November 13th and November 19th. On the walls in her room were many pictures of eyes with prominent eyebrows, many of which she had drawn. Some of the eyebrows are heavy, voluminous, puffy, or perhaps subjectively bushy. According to Detective Lake, he found artwork of human figures with an emphasis upon the eyes and eyebrows were pinned to corkboards. Interview on November 17th. On November 17th, 4 days later, Dylan was interviewed by Detective Gooch and indicated that she was really asleep and probably very drunk when she woke up around 4 a.m. On November 13th, at 4 a.m. on November 13th. Throughout the interview, Dylan expressed uncertainty about what she heard and saw and did not know if it was real or if it was a dream or if her mind was playing with her. Dylan described the intruder and told Detective Gooch, oh, wait, hold on. I should highlight this. It just doesn't make sense. That's what she said. It just doesn't make sense. Dylan described the intruder and told Detective Gooch that she recalls seeing his eyebrows, his bushy eyebrows, but she did not recall the color of the eyebrows. She did not remember the eyes or mouth, just the eyebrows. When she saw the intruder, she thought that the intruder was about 3 feet away from her, but that could be off since she was still a little bit drunk. She did not think that she could remember enough to give a composite for a composite artist. She could just recall the bushy eyebrows, but not the shape or color of them. In this interview, Detective Gooch asked if Dylan had anxiety, which led to Dylan stating she had a lot of lucid dreams of being kidnapped or chased. She indicated that she watched Criminal Minds and fell asleep to crime podcasts. These lucid dreams began in high school. On December 1st, 2022, a half of a month later, Dylan was interviewed again and described the intruder. She did not see his eyes, but she saw one eyebrow or two. But it was just like this bushy eyebrow. I could just see like an eyebrow, this bushy eyebrow. She did not remember the color or the shape of the eyebrow. She just remembered it being bushy. She did not remember if she saw one eyebrow or two. Throughout the interview, Dylan indicated that she had always had really bad dreams, lucid dreams, and scary dreams. She did not know what parts of her recollections were dreams and what parts were real. That's not good. That's going to take dude, his defense is going to eat her up on the stand because they have this. And if they could create, like, where's her credibility? If she's saying right here, she don't even know what's dreams or what's true. Like, that's not going to be good witness. Ugh. When she woke up that morning, she did not fully understand what was a dream or not. In this interview, she indicated that she thought that the person she saw was a fireman. Crazy. Yeah, right? They are 100%. Like, this isn't gonna be a good witness. Sucks because I do think they got the right guy, but yeah, I know, and that too, that she's drawing eyes and eyebrows, like, on her wall, like, so she must have this, like, focus on eyebrows, so for her but that could work in her favor, Lucid Curious, because if she does, maybe she focuses on eyebrows on people a lot, which maybe made her focus on his eyebrows and maybe is more, maybe was more observant and, was able to see them, but you know what I'm saying? She focused on them, so it could actually not be a bad thing, but I could see how it could be a bad thing that she's just like obsessed and has this thing with eyebrows. So like, yeah, of course she just sees eyebrows because she just that's what she, she has in her head. So it could be either or. It could be they're going to use it as a bad thing. I know. No, I know it does make her look less credible. Like the dreams thing, like her saying, like that's huge right there. Like not knowing, hey, I don't know I don't know what was a dream or what wasn't. Like that is not good. That's gonna take it like the whole testimony is just gonna be like, well, how do we even put anything on that, any credibility? Like you don't even know if it's a dream or not. So yeah. Anyway, where are we at? But the text messages actually are good to show that it probably wasn't a dream because she's over there texting Bethany in the middle of it. So that's actually a good thing to show that she is up texting somebody about it. So that could be kind of help her, but I don't know. Anyway, where are we at? On December 29th, a statement submitted by law enforcement in support of the arrest warrant used descriptive information from Dylan's interviews. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. On December 30th, 2022, after the arrest of Mr. Koberger, Dylan was interviewed by Detective Lake and Detective Tolson. When she learned that an arrest had been made, she found a mugshot of Mr. Koberger online. Um, when asked if Mr. Koberger was the person that she saw in the house, she did not know if Mr. Koberger was the intruder. She knew that the intruder had looked at her because of the bushy eyebrow. All that she remembered is some bushy eyebrow in all black and some sort of mask. Now we have grand jury testimony, May 15th, 2023. Subsequently, Dylan provided grand jury testimony and was questioned about what the intruder was wearing. She was again uncertain, and that testimony is attached but not quoted verbatim here. Reliability of witness identification. Dylan peeked out of her bed door 3 times after 4 a.m. on November 13th. The third time she saw a figure dressed in black. At the scene, she described the intruder as he was a little bit taller than me and I couldn't really see much of him, I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. And he didn't say anything to me, like at all. At the police station or at the police department, her description of the intruder was similar. And then, and so this is her quoting again, quotes. And then I open the door again, and the guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic build. He has all black. He's wearing this mask that covers just his forehead. And here it goes like around, he was white. There were no lights on the stairs. Dylan was uncertain whether either the kitchen light or the bathroom light was on. The kitchen light might have been on, but the twinkle lights in the living room may have been. 2. Degree of attention. Dylan acknowledged that her brain might have been fuzzy due to alcohol and sleepiness when she saw the intruder. She stated that she had been drinking alcohol just hours prior to peeking out her bedroom door sometime around 4 a.m. and seeing an intruder. She was intoxicated when she arrived home at 1:15, 1:30-ish. She was probably very drunk and tired when she saw the intruder at 4 a.m. 3 is accuracy of description. When asked if she could see the intruder's face, she testified that, I wouldn't say I fully remember their face, but I remember seeing his eyebrows. So at some point, I probably did see his face and don't remember it. Level of uncertainty. I must have forgot to highlight this. Oh, I didn't because it's repeating the stuff about the mugshot and not being able some of the repetition stuff, yeah. So basically, this just talks about how she couldn't even like point them out in the where she found the mugshot of Koberger online. When asked if this is the person, she did not know. She knew the man had looked at her because of the bushy eyebrow. All that she remembered is some bushy eyebrow, all black, some sort of mask. Several weeks after the murder, Dylan thought that the person she saw was a fireman. In her mind, Dylan thought that the intruder went out of the back sliding door, but she doesn't know if he actually went out the back door. The sliding back door was not visible from the doorway of Dylan's bedroom. At approximately 4 a.m. on November 13th, Dylan saw the intruder. Roughly 8 hours later, the 911 call was made. More than 8 hours after seeing the intruder, Dylan provided a very limited and uncertain description of the intruder to 2 different officers. On November 17th, 4 days later, Dylan did not think that she could sufficiently describe the intruder for a composite artist. December 30th, after Koberger's arrest, she could not recognize Koberger from a photo. Further, by that time, Dylan testifies at trial later this year. Oh, saying by the time she testifies at trial, more than 3.5 years have passed since the murders occurred on November 13th. So they're basically saying, okay, so they're listing all the things, time in between the events. So these are all the factors to consider as far as well, it'll go over this. Yeah, as far as like if she's gonna be hold on, I want to see what the title is again. What was the witness identification by bushy eyebrows? Okay. Yeah, so the main things are interviews. Wait, interview. No, hold on. Where is it? Where does it start with oh yeah, opportunity. So the reliability of the witness is opportunity to view, and that's why I described all that. Degree of attention, accuracy of description, level of certainty, time between the event and identification. Okay. Argument. Case law. Oh, let me skip down here. It says, with certain exceptions, every person is competent to be a witness. Incompetency determined by the court occurs when persons whom the court finds are incapable of receiving just impressions of the facts about which they are examined, or of relating them accurately. Idaho law tends to favor the finding of competency. A witness must have sufficient personal knowledge of the matter to which he or she is testifying. Testimony satisfies IRE 602 if the jury or other trier of fact could reasonably find that the witness perceived the event, evidence to prove personal knowledge that may consist of the witness's own testimony, and then Dylan's opportunity to view was seconds at most. Her attention was influenced by alcohol and sleepiness, and the only identifying attributes are height in relation to her own, a skinny, athletic build, and a bushy eyebrow. He was wearing a mask. She has repeatedly, each time interviewed, expressed uncertainty about what she saw. These general descriptors could fit millions of individuals. Her uncertainty is repeated in each interview, and at least 8 hours passed before she interviewed the first time. 6 weeks passed before she was interviewed by law enforcement the final time, and 6 months passed when she testified before the grand jury. Balancing the Manson-Biggers factors, there is no reliability of the physical characteristics that Dylan has reported. Mr. Koberger does not have bushy eyebrows, but the artwork on Dylan's wall and that which should draw his eyes with eyebrows could be described as bushy, full, or prominent. There is a great risk that at trial in front of a jury, her testimony will be viewed as a clear identification of Mr. Koberger. This would be a false identification and would prejudice the proceeding in a way that must be avoided. So, yeah, what do you guys think? I don't know if she's going to be the best witness, and it sucks because she did see him, but she didn't see him well enough. which sucks, right? I was trying to move this over, so. Okay, so let's do the 911. Why won't that move over? There we go. Yeah. Okay. What do you guys think? I want to see. Hold on. Let me see what else. If I have any other. Before I read that, I'm just seeing if. Going through a couple of my files to see something. Yeah, this I had screenshot this from like I said, probably 2 years ago, but this is like the timeline that they had out, which is kind of helpful, I would say. But like I said, it would have had to been from a couple of years ago because I haven't covered this in, I mean, I would say almost 2 years ago. I have to see when my last video is, but definitely over a year ago. But it kind of gives a timeline that I think is pretty helpful. So 1:45, Xana and Ethan return home. 1:56, Kaylee and Madison arrive home. 2:47, the phone belonging to Brian Koberger, the one that's charged right now, stops connecting to the cell phone network in Pullman, Washington. That's another thing is either he turns his phone off or he leaves his phone somewhere or whatever. Like during the murder, his phone is turned off or on airplane mode or whatever being. And that's another thing that I think looks bad because if he's just claiming his alibi is just driving around, why would he choose at the time of the murder to, and if anybody could get away with murder, it would be someone like him because he studied that stuff. So it's just interesting because people are like, well, this or that. And it's like, well, somebody murdered them. And who would be better to get away with it with so little evidence left behind, right? Somebody like Brian or somebody more sloppy. Whoever did it was not sloppy. I mean, this person had it planned out. I think he had to have wore something because somehow he murdered 4 people by stabbing and somehow didn't have blood print. Like the only shoe print with blood was they missed it. They had to put the Mino stuff that makes it glow. They had to put that. I mean, they wouldn't have seen. They couldn't see it with their own eyes, so they didn't even see it to the second processing of the scene. That was the only thing. Like how? I think he had something he wore over, and then there was no DNA in his car at his house. So I think he had something when he got outside, he like took it off and put it in a bag or something. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's somebody like him that planned it out, that knew how to get away with murder, that knew all the, how everything would have worked and what, law enforcement looks for and what to be careful with and stuff. And it planned it out and was able to do it without only one mistake was he left that sheath there. And I think maybe they put up a fight or I don't know. Somehow I think that was his only mistake. If he wouldn't have left that there, he would have got away with it 100%, I think. But somebody like him would be the one that studies it, that would know how to get away with it. Because somebody did it, right? Somebody had to do it. So I don't know. That's so stupid. Oh, wait. I put up the wrong one. Sorry, Casey. I meant to put this one up. That is so stupid that they did that. Why? Like, why are they in such a rush? Wait till at least after the freaking trial. Because what if they have to go back? I know. It makes me so mad, Deb. It makes me so mad. Anyway. All right. So let's read the 911 transcripts now. Oh, wait, let me just show you this. That's the timeline. So we kind of went over the timeline as we were doing, like the dogs barking can be heard on the security camera. The white Elantra was seen leaving the neighborhood at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. At 4:48 a.m., Brian's phone reconnects to cell networks near Blano, Idaho. That's a town south of Moscow, Idaho. I have to make sure I say it, not Moscow. It has to be Moscow because oh gosh, every time I say it wrong. Because to me, that looks like you'd want to say Moscow, but it's Moscow. So just in case anybody. Anyway, Brian's phone is detected back in Pullman at 5:30 a.m. Brian's phone connects to the cell network in Moscow near the scene of the murders at 9:12 the next morning. The next morning, his phone connects in Moscow. Now it says near the scene of the murders, but a lot of the people argue and because if you see like the towers and stuff, and I'll have to go through all that this week. Yeah, so his phone turns off. Hold on. White Elantra's seen leaving a high rate of speed 4:20. 4:48 is when his phone reconnects. And then hold on. What was the other when hold on a second. So it stops connecting at 2:47 a.m. and then basically reconnects. So it's at what? 4:48. So almost 2 hours. He turns it off or whatever he does, turns it off, leaves it, which I think he had it. He probably either turned it off or put it on airplane mode. But I know there's also like a debate about if it's on airplane mode, what could be picked up and stuff. So, okay. So one more thing I want to show you though. Here was the alleged travel because of his phone, but there's a little missing timepiece of when it wasn't connecting. So that's kind of tricky, right? But they fill that in by where they saw the Hyundai. But as you can see, Pullman, this is all the way where it's 4, 5. We'll go through all these little details this week because I'll put it together more. I wasn't planning on going through all that. I was just planning on reading the new stuff. So I'll try to be a little bit more organized and refresher because like I said, it's been too long. So I'll kind of refresh better. I was just going through the new stuff, so I didn't have time to go through the old stuff too much. Okay, so let's do the 911. And then we'll do the DNA that under her fingernail, that stuff, that's some of the stuff that they're trying to get thrown out and stuff, or like they're trying to get him to not be able to say murderer in a sense, or psychopath, sociopath. There's a bunch of stuff that they're trying to get ready for the trial that I think is kind of interesting. Okay. And then the autism stuff, trying to get the death penalty off because of him being autistic. So those are what we'll go over today. It's all pretty interesting, really, especially if you've been following this case. This new stuff is pretty interesting to read through. All right, so here's the 911 call, right? I don't know. I don't know. I have to read through. I haven't got to go through all the new documents that just became public. I don't know. That's weird. Hey, all same. I know, right? Blood leaking out. So how the heck did he not track it up? Some people thought that maybe he had like those, those little like they wear in like surgeries or whatever, where you put it over your shoe and then like would take them off before he walked out of the bedrooms, maybe. Because I mean, but who else would plan it like that? Somebody like him, which we'll go over like his background and stuff this week once I refresh myself of all the details. And then you'll see like somebody murdered these poor freaking young kids. I mean, they were college kids. They had their whole lives ahead of them, and somebody did it. I think it makes the most sense that somebody like him that would plan every little detail out and have it all, you know, like almost perfect, except that sheath. You always make a mistake. All right, 911. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order in limine allowing the state to admit the recording and transcript of the 911 call to Whitcomb on November 13th, 2022. The 911 recording was discovered as, in the transcript was discovered as Bates, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The facts pertinent to the issue raised by this motion can be found in the attached excerpts from the grand jury transcript. The 911 call recording, the transcript of the 911 call. The statements on the 911 call are hearsay, but fall within firmly rooted hearsay exceptions and should be allowed. This is another thing they're trying to get. It should fall under the exception rule, but of course, the defense is trying to get it thrown out. And well, you know what? No, actually, I was watching a video, and this seems more proactive. It seems like that the state's being like more proactive. They're trying to actually get it in before, like get it like so that's sealed where they're able to use it in the trial, so it doesn't get thrown out. So it's more. That's what that video made it seem like it was like more proactive thing, right? So they just want to make sure that they could use it, right? The 911 call. Okay. They would be in trouble for drug. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that. A lot of people think that that was a big thing when it first all was happening, where they think that the reason they didn't call 911 and then they called like friends over first, because a lot of people are thinking they maybe had drugs in the house and they wanted to try to get it out because they thought they'd get in trouble. But it's just like, oh, dang it. Okay, so where are we at? The statements on the 911 call are hearsay. Oh, yeah, I already read that, but fall within the firmly rooted hearsay exceptions and should be allowed. In general, testimony that is hearsay is excludable at trial. However, there are many exceptions to this rule, 2 firmly rooted exceptions. Idaho rule of evidence, present sense impression, a statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. And the other one is excited utterance, a statement relating to a startling event or condition made while the declarant was under the stress of the excitement that it caused. There are 3 principal requirements which must be met before hearsay evidence may be admitted as a present sense impression. The declarant must have personally perceived the event described. The declaration must be an explanation of description of the event rather than a narration. And the declaration and the event described must be contemporaneous. The requirements for a hearsay statement to constitute an excited utterance are a startling occasion, a statement relating to the circumstances of the startling occasion, the declarant who appears to have had opportunity to observe personally the events, and a statement made before there has been time to reflect and fabricate. So, okay, so, yeah. So in Idaho, the Court of Appeals viewed the requirements for excited utterance as follows. To fall within the excited utterance exception, an out-of-court statement must meet 2 requirements. First, there must be a startling event that renders inoperative the normal reflective thought process of the observer. And second, the declarant's statement must be a spontaneous reaction to that event rather than the result of reflective thought. Whether a statement falls within the excited utterance exception is left to the sound discretion of the trial court. All right, I'm going to skip some of this because this calls to 911 can also be deemed present sense impressions and or excited utterances. Hearsay statements on a 911 tape can be admitted into evidence as either a public record or a business record, noting that a 911 tape itself is probably a public record. However, because citizens who call 911 are not under any duty to report, a recorded statement by a citizen must satisfy a separate hearsay exception. Under certain circumstances, such a statement may qualify as either a present tense impression or excited utterance. Okay. So, 8-year-old victim's statements to a paramedic during 911 call made within approximately 1/2 hours of last lewd act were admissible under excited utterance exception to hearsay rule. Victim was in obvious distress and lapse of time was not so great as to render exception inapplicable. In the case at bar, most of the declarations made were present sense impressions. HJ located the unresponsive body, so one of the people that were there at the house, one of their friends, I'm sure, located the unresponsive body of Xana and informed Bethany and Dylan to call 911. EA, so the initials EA, was present at the time. All declarants personally perceived the event, which was Xana unresponsive. The majority of the declarations were describing to dispatcher Carolina Calvin that they were perceiving present sense impressions. Those statements relate to Xana being passed out and not waking up. The declarations were made immediately after HJ discovered Xana's body. Some declarations made were also considered excited utterance. Those statements included, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. As well as the heaving, breathing, maybe heavy breathing, and crying that can be heard throughout the hall. The declarants were responding to a startling occasion discovery of unresponsive roommate. The statement regarding a person being in the home as in direct response to why Xana might be passed out. All statements are made while the declarants are processing what is happening and were made before an opportunity to reflect and fabricate why Xana is unconscious. Clearly, the statements of Bethany, Dylan, EA, and HJ, and the dispatcher, Carolina Calvin, fall within the hearsay rule exceptions. Judge John has already ruled that the 911 call is not hearsay, not offer for the truth of the matter asserted. And even if deemed hearsay, the exceptions for present tense impression and excited utterance apply. On August 23rd, 2023, defendant moved to dismiss the grand jury indictment. One basis for the motion was that the 911 call was improperly admitted, hearsay, cumulative, irrelevant, and an improper attempt to bolster witness testimony. In response, Judge John Judge held as follows. Further, even if the 911 call is hearsay, the exceptions for present tense impression and excited utterance apply as the statements made by callers, blah, blah, blah. It's just repeating it. Okay, so basically, yeah, he's saying, nope, the exceptions anyway. He doesn't think it's hearsay. And even if it was hearsay, the two exceptions apply. It says the rational justifying the present sense impression exception is that the immediacy of the statement offers no opportunity for fabrication. Okay. I guess I could just read I have the transcripts, but I just kind of wanted to read the stuff leading up to like how they view it. Okay, let's see. The statements made on the 911 card admissible regardless of whether or not witness testify. Is everything? Why do we even need a witness? Do they have DNA, right? Well, yeah, but the touch DNA is not, it's not as like strong as what, I don't know. They're saying it's not as strong as um what they think. Um yeah. All right, let's see here. Hmm. All right, so present sense of person, excited utterance are admissible whether or not that it is in your role. Okay. Okay, I'm going to skip some of this. Okay, conclusion. Based on the above cited authority, the state respectfully prays for the court's approval and of the omission of the recordings. Okay, so remember, this is following the discovery of Xana. So here's the transcripts here. We'll read them. All right, so here's what all the people are. So Q is dispatch, Q1 is man, Q2 is woman, Q3 is man 1. Oh, the woman 1, man 1, Q4 is man 2, man 3, a woman, okay, so yeah, whatever. I guess all it's important. So Q is the dispatch, and then the other people are all the other people. Okay. I wish it would say like which one is the roommates, you know. All right, so let's see. So Q's dispatch. So it says 911. She says, location of your emergency. They say, hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what we have. And then the operator says, what is the address of the emergency? And 1122, no, don't. And the dispatch says, what is the rest of the address? And they say, oh, Kings Road. And then just notice how much these change, so you can see how much like they're passing around the phone. You know, like like a 911 call, how many people, usually a 911 call, it's like one person is saying it on, they're just passing around the phone. Anyway, it says, oh, Kings Road. And the dispatch says, okay. And is that a house or an apartment? You say it's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? And now now it's, I'll say when they switch callers. So now they just switched to A1, right? So now somebody else gets on and says, I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. And the dispatch says, I need someone to repeat the address for verification. And this person says, the address is 1122 King Road. And they say, and what's the phone number that you're calling from? And this person says, what's your phone number? Because remember, we know that it was called from Bethany's phone, they said. So they're like, what's your phone number? And then somebody says something, they're talking, it's blank, or they're giving the phone number. And then A1 says, and what's the rest? They're asking the person to give the number so they can give it to dispatch, right? Or the 911 operator. And then the operator says, okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. And this person says, one of the roommates who passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. And then now this is somebody else on the other line saying, no, we saw. And then the operator says, okay. And then that first A1 says, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. And then this person says, hi. So I think this person was trying to remind this person about the man they saw, right? And then the operator says, and are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. And then this person says, so now it's this other person, A, says, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? And the operator says, what is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? And A says, I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. And then the operator says, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? And A says, yeah, I'll come. Come on, we got to go check. But we have to, is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? So she's probably talking to other people, right? And the operator says, dispatching Moscow Law ambulance and this person says, she's not waking up. And the operator says, unconsciousness, 1122 King Road. And another dispatcher says, 70 is en route, or the person that's en route, obviously. He says, okay, one moment, I'm getting help started that way. And then A says, okay, maybe And the operator says 1122, all ambulance respond for unconsciousness, 1122 King Road. I copy. Multiple RPs on the road advise saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night and about a male being in the room with them. And being around. That one I copy about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. Okay. So now A2. Now this is a whole nother person says, yeah, it's Evan. It's probably supposed to be Ethan. Oh, he's saying he's Evan, I'm sure. Says, okay. I don't know. And the operator says, okay, how old is she? And they say, she's 20. 20, you said? Yeah, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? Says, okay. Now, A2 says, hello. The operator says, okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. And A2 says, okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. Operator says, is she breathing? And A2 says, hello. And he says, is she breathing? And A2 says, no. Okay. En route. A2 says, Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. A says, okay, hello. So A is probably either Bethany or Dylan, I'm guessing, right? This is, and the operator says, okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. A says, okay. And the operator says, if there is a defibrillator, I can't say that word right now, available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RPs advising. And unintelligible, something A says is unintelligible. And the dispatch says, the patient is not conscious, not breathing. Another unintelligible. Okay, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. And A says, we don't have one. And Q1 says, unconscious, not breathing. A says, do you have a defibrillator? Q3 says, yes, we have one. Wait, that's so funny. I just realized. So A, the people at the house think that they're talking to them about the defibrillator. She's like asking, why is that kind of funny? She's asking around like, hey, do we have a defibrillator? I can't say that word right. Defibrillator, but they're talking to the other dispatch person. They're trying to ask them. And so when she asks again, and then that person, one of the dispatchers is like, yep, right? Or I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do have. Wait, why would they have? But why would the people at the house have one? Let me make sure who A is. Hold on. That doesn't make sense. A is a woman. Okay. I wish they would say some of the initials of some of the people. All right, let's see. Where are we at? 11. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I just had to see who A was. En route, Dylan. Hello. Okay. Why can't I say that word, defibrillator? There we go. I think I said it. Where did I leave off, guys? There we go. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, hello. Okay, I've sent the ambulance. Why can't I figure out where oh, here we go. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have. Yes, we have one. So the Q3 is saying, yep. So then A is saying, yes, we have one. Oh, I bet you they're already there then, huh? Maybe they're already there. Anyway, the operator says, but are you talking to the officer? And A says, yes. Okay. So maybe it's not as funny as I think. So they were probably there. So she was probably asking them. I thought I was picturing her asking like her friends, like asking, hey, do we have a defibrillator? And the dispatch is actually trying to ask the other dispatcher, hey, let me know you have one, right? I don't know. Maybe it's not as funny as I think. LOL. Oh, just reading your thing. I know, but I think what it was is they were there, obviously, because A is saying, yes, we have one. And they say, hey, are you talking to officer? Says yes. So Okay, so where are we at? Okay, I'm gonna let you go since he's there with you and can help you. And they say, okay, thank you, bye. And this is okay. Moscow 46 out, copy. And then you hear Q4 say, I think we have a homicide. And then Q5 says, Moscow, engine 20 is en route. 1370, 107, I relate it. Wow. So this is so weird because how are they all like, there's obviously more than one person going in there to look at Xana. How somebody that's been stabbed, how isn't there blood all around her? So how are they not like freaking out like, "Oh my god, I think there's a murder. There's blood everywhere." How are they thinking she's drunk and passed out? I don't understand that. And Ethan is somewhere in that room, so they obviously don't see him. So he might be on the other side of the bed, I guess, or something, because they're only seeing her at the moment. I just that is so odd to me. And now, I mean, it does kind of make sense. It could, so like at the beginning, we heard like there was we never got the transcripts of the 911, but by hearsay, people were all talking about how, oh my God, they said it was an unconscious person. Actually, maybe they did say it in the affidavit and just about an unconscious person, and it just never made sense. Some of us thought, wait, did one of the roommates pass out? And that's who they're talking about? Because we're thinking they can't be saying unconscious person to any of the victims because it would be obvious they were murdered. There'd be blood everywhere, right? So it never made sense. So we, like, a lot of us were thinking theories of like, oh, did one of the roommates pass out because they saw it and they're like, you know, traumatized and they pass out, and that's what they were talking about, unconscious person. But no, now that we have the transcripts, for some reason they thought Xana was unconscious, passed out, drunk, which is so weird. Yeah, right. Me too. I know, Austin. I don't get it. There would have to be. And then where's Ethan? I mean, how aren't they like going in the room? And I mean, I guess if they didn't realize Ethan was in there, maybe they didn't walk around to see, but it's just like, and the fact that there wasn't a trail of blood from the rooms from when the murderer was walking out. Because how didn't he get drip blood? Like, how didn't the murderer get covered in blood, or at least some blood where he walked out and he was like dripping? Like, there's no drops of blood anywhere from the, like, not the, I don't think there was never anything said for any drops of blood from like the bedrooms to like the hallway or anything. It made it seem like the only footprint was that one which they had wasn't visible to the eye. They had to put that stuff on it. So that's why I think he had something he wore and he took off in between. But then it's hard to understand because if Xana and Ethan were collateral damage, if he took, okay, let's say he did put something on and took it off after, let's say he goes and he kills Maddie and Kaylee, and then he takes it off because he doesn't track from their room down, right? So he takes it off. But then if Xana and Ethan were kind of collateral damage and they just seen him coming down the stairs, like, how did he have time to put that back on, whatever it was, to kill them? You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't, unless if he put something all over. I don't know. I don't understand. It's so weird. It's so weird. So there are some weird things that don't make sense. No, they're probably scared, you know? And the fact that they called their friends over before they called 911. But like I said, some people think maybe they try to get some drugs out of the house because they thought they'd get in trouble. Which I'm sorry, I don't think. I mean, even if they had like personal drugs because they're college kids, I don't think they would have been looking for, you know what I'm saying? Looking for that in their roommates if they didn't suspect them. I mean, I get it. Like, I mean, you think like, okay, they were the only two that survived. Of course, the people were going to suspect them maybe at first, you know. But all right, so now. Yeah, right? I know. It's so weird. So weird. All right, let me, there was a couple of videos, let's play a video in between until I read the next stuff. We'll switch it up. Okay, let's play the little, so Kaylee's dad, if anybody's been following this case, you're aware of, I think his name's Steve, right? Kaylee's dad, he's been like big in this case. He's been like, ever since it happened, he's been doing interviews and just trying to get, on the law enforcement to step it up and stuff. So he's been like a big, I don't know what you call it, but him and his wife done some interviews, but he's been doing more. So, yeah, I'm going to play his interview. So they interview him after this stuff just comes out, his text messages and 911 transcripts. So they interview him kind of after this to see, his thoughts on that stuff. So let me play that video before I read the rest. Hold on 1 second. So Kaylee's dead. Here we go.
No, we didn't hear.
I don't know. So I had the interview. It was on another fuller video, and that's taken down for some reason. I don't know why. So this one just kind of cuts into but.
No, we didn't hear a word, and my wife has said from the very beginning when hopefully the 911 never came out, and if it did come out, at least she would have, be some prepared. She has a counselor, she has people she could talk to. There's certain things that coping mechanisms. So we'd like for the advocate or somebody to kind of let us know what's going on rather than nothing personal, but having the media tell you is probably not the same as having somebody that, that you've learned to have a relationship and you trust and you've worked with. So yeah, we're finding out just like everyone else. So it's a bit rough.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. And I remember that you had a meeting with them months ago, and I thought they were going to sort of give you guys a heads up when things were going to be released publicly. And I guess that didn't happen in this case, which is unfortunate. Is there anything, Steve, obviously the horror is what stands out to me, but was there anything in the text of the text messages or the call that really struck you?
What struck me is, it's not like Hollywood. It's not a scripted thing. It's not like what you would see on a TV set. That was a raw, emotional breakdown of two girls that were scared for their life. There's part of me that knows that, like how that house was, there's a lot of pranking going on. There's a lot of partying. So there's part of them that was probably thinking, is this a prank? Am I getting messed with? I know for a fact my daughter loved pranking people. So my heart goes out to those two girls. I'd have a hard time if I was one of their parents to have my daughter put through what they've been put through. I mean, we sat 2.5 years on what? Why did this need to be hidden from the public? Why did these girls have to be dragged through all this? These are the type of things that why I do these interviews and why we push back a little bit, because I think a lot of people are questioning right now why this was hidden.
Yeah, I mean, look, Shannon, it's been years and none of this is coming out until now. And now the judge has said that he wants more of this to become public. But Steve makes a good point. I mean, if this had just come out within the first couple of months, maybe it would have been easier on the survivors and the victims' families like the Gonzalez.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecution's choice in keeping everything under wraps has been a decision that they've made from the get-go. They haven't wavered from it in any way. That being said, I mean, for lack of a better term, I'm just pissed. Common decency should have the Latah County prosecutor's office and the victims' advocates contact myself and the victims' families and let them know some of the stuff that's coming down and is being filed. So they're not just surprised by it, and just have a really just honest conversation with us about it. But none of that happens. And I'm frustrated and I'm pissed for myself and the family that I don't have a chance to explain those things to them, to give them a little bit of a heads up on, hey, these motions are filed this way, and they may or may not be successful. If it is successful, who cares? Doesn't affect the case in some way, or my opinion on whether or not those motions might be filed and or might be successful or not. But it's just really, really frustrating. And I know Steve and Christy are frustrated by it, but I'm the one that gets to say, I'm pissed, and I'm pissed for everybody. So.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they can't give you the documents ahead of time, it seems like they could at least give you a heads up to tell the family, hey, maybe don't watch the news for an hour. Give me a second to go through these and call you. It seems like that would be sort of a decent thing to do. Steve, what do you make of this latest motion where they're trying to ban words from coming out during trial? I mean, simple words like that are part of the case: murder, bushy eyebrows, sociopath, psychopath. Did this come as a surprise, Steve?
Yeah, I thought they'd have a sadistic on there from the profile that I know that they've made of him. Some of the websites that he's been to, that was one that rated really high with him. So I'm a little surprised they didn't put that word on there. But when you're super desperate, you really have nothing, you attack words and simple things like that. I mean, they're really done. I mean, their client has left so much evidence that they've got to attack words. So I guess it's a sign. It's a sign of what's to come, and hopefully the state, the prosecution, is strong enough to see this all the way through and not give in to the desperation that's about to come and the plea deals that they're going to try to negotiate for.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Okay, so let's trying to think what else to play before. No, I think let's read. Are you guys when I'm reading these documents, are you able to follow them and stuff? Okay, or no? Like I said, those of you that are new to this case, this week I'm gonna go through it, go back, and we'll go through everything. This is just the new stuff that's came out, so it's really an interesting case. And since the trial's coming up in August, it's gonna be a lot of people are gonna be talking about it. Okay, so let's go over. Let me see. We could go over like the body cams and all kinds of stuff, actually. All right, so let me exit out of this. Oh, I want that. Let me. Okay. So this is kind of interesting. So they're talking about, so this is they took surveillance from like a bunch of different places where they were basically trying to, this white car, like make a path of this Hyundai of what's supposedly, Brian's. But I guess there was one where they were able to identify what it was. But this one by the house wasn't one of the ones where they were able to identify like the make and year of the car, or I should just say the make of the car because they got the year off. But basically the make of the car. So his lawyer's trying to say like they can't use this in that way. They can't use this and say, oh, this is his car, this is that car, because they weren't able to identify that car off of this surveillance. It was off of another one. So she's trying to get this thrown out, his defense. So let me read this. So Brian, by and through his attorneys of record, moves this honorable court to exclude at trial testimony by any state witness as to the make and model of the vehicle seen on the 1112 King Road surveillance footage. This is the surveillance footage of the neighbor of the house. So they're trying to exclude this because they weren't able to make out the make of on this video. They only basically said, oh, must be, after they found another one where it was a clear footage, said, okay, so that's what the car is. So this is the car. Are you guys following? Sometimes I'm not good at describing into words what I'm trying to say, but hopefully you guys are following it, right? Okay. So the court is required, to the extent possible, to limit a jury's exposure to inadmissible evidence. The state has claimed in various filings and reports that an FBI forensic examiner, Anthony ML, identified the make and model of this vehicle seen driving in the area of 1122 King Road in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state has referred to this as suspect vehicle 1. The vehicle was not identified from the surveillance footage in the area of 1122 King Road. So it was not identified from this surveillance. They just basically, what is that? What is a good word to say where they just kind of like added it, like, oh, must be this because of it's this in that video. Does that make sense? Oh, okay. So it says the photos are from 1112 King Road. 1112 King Road camera. Special Agent ML did not make a vehicle identification, was not made from this footage. Rather, as noted in emails between Mr. ML and FBI Special Agent Edward Jacobson, it is clear that the identification of the make and model of the vehicle in this video was made via a separate video taken at 1125 Ridge Road, where he says, got a great one, this email. Okay, there is no continuous footage linking the vehicle at the 1112 King Road footage and that from Ridge Road. Additional surveillance footage depicts vehicles but not identifiable vehicles. Thus, labeling the cars from various bits of footage as the same vehicle is speculative. Mr. Koberger seeks an order prohibiting the state linking vehicle identification of the make and model of the vehicle in the 112 King Road video based on identification of the car at the 1125 Ridge Road and referring to the vehicles as suspect 1. The speculative nature of testifying that the vehicle is the same vehicle renders it irrelevant to these proceedings, far more unfairly prejudicial than probative. It shouldn't be then. Unfairly prejudicial that, I don't know, I think it's supposed to be then. This is also a jury question in testimony. Calling the two vehicles the same invades the province of the jury. Thus, the court should exclude testimony linking the vehicles as the same. This is huge because if they get that, all they have is the one that's, maybe they have more than one, but for sure, the one that's close, it's probably in Moscow, just the one that shows what kind of car it is. Like that seriously interrupts their theory of what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? That'd suck. I mean, I get what the defense is saying, but I also get why the state kind of is like saying, okay, this is the same car. But I mean, I don't know. That's tough. Yes, he did. So that was one of the things. He was friends with him on Instagram. That was the connection that he see, that's why I have to refresh all the details. Was it both of them, Xana and Maddie, or just one that he was friends with? Maddie, right? Or Kaylee and Maddie, I should say. Hold on, I have that hold on. That's the one thing I was gonna read. Hold on one second. Right here. Where is it? Thank you. That reminds me. Is it this? Yeah. So this is like from some of my old files. So it says 2 weeks before the slayings of the 4 University Idaho students last November, the male now accused of killing them sent a series of messages to one of the victims on Instagram. An investigator familiar with the case tells People he slid into one of the girl's DMs several times, but she didn't respond. The source tells People basically it was just him saying, "Hey, how are you?" But he did it again and again. So he he continuously tried to get her to respond, and she wouldn't respond. So they're thinking, is that some kind of motive where he felt like he was like, what's the word? Why can't I think of words right now? This is really bad. Like basically, yeah, where I can't even think of the word. turned down or whatever. I know there's a better word, but my brain is just not. I know normally my brain is kind of scattered and bad, but because I'm still kind of sick, it's worse. Rejected. Thank you. Rejected. That's one of the words I was trying to think of. Rejected. So yeah. Yeah, I couldn't even think of the word rejected. I know. That's bad. Oh, it's like, oh, yeah. So I think he felt like rejected. So I know it happens probably more than most with me, but I think I chalk it up to my drug abuse in the past that's made that problem, like recalling. I look at it like like I feel like it's like a recall problem, or that's how I look at it. Like where I cannot, like I know the information, but I can't get it, like to say it. I know it's bad, but I do think it's one of the things that affected, my drug abuse affected. Hey, I mean, I make it work still, but yeah, so oh, thanks. I know, but I feel like it does, like people that don't know me or my past or a history or like anything about me, it could sound like that I'm kind of like slow and stupid. Um, but it's not that. It's like a recall problem or something. There's something not firing correctly up there from all my drug use, past drug use, not anymore, but a little bit of a brain damage or whatever. I don't know. I hate to view it like or say like use the word brain damage, but like brain, what would you call it? I don't know. Um that's true. It does. You're right. So I reach out to you. You guys could be a part of it. When I can't think of words, you guys could help me, and then you're like a part of it. But okay. So there you go. I will have more details when I refresh on this stuff, because this is a lot of information, and it's like I said, it's probably been almost 2 years since I even looked into this case. Okay, yeah. And I had a period where I was doing a lot of ecstasy too, which that before my like meth use, like a lot at a short, like not a short period of time, within I would say like a couple, probably like a few years of like a lot of that, which they say that does that too. And then like the meth too. And then so much, I mean, so much stuff, heroin, and then just all the other crap. Anyway, yeah. Okay. No, you're right. It can, but also drugs can, like abuse can also have there you go. I can't talk. I can't think of the right word, but it can have permanent stuff. Okay. Let's look over. I just did that. We already did this. Did this. Okay, so now we're gonna go with the autism stuff. Which I think this is interesting because it does give us a good look on like him and like kind of understanding him and his thought process, and maybe, not that being autism is gonna make you kill anybody. It's more like this is more based on, it's like saying how, well, you'll see. We'll go over the details. It does make sense of what they're trying to say with it. It's not trying to say like, oh, he's autistic, so it makes him more like more what is the word? I can't think of it. I'm just gonna read this because my brain is not, it's at a very low functioning right now. Because I'm telling you, I'm just not, I haven't felt good all week, and wow, it really did affect it. I hope it comes back, because I already did have a problem with it. Now it's like really bad. Okay. It also could be because I haven't done a live in a while too. All right. So Brian Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby moves his court for an order preventing the state from using Mr. Koberger's mental health diagnosis of autism and the characteristics of his autism as evidence in its case. Okay. This motion is meant to protect Mr. Koberger's 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights under the United States Constitution. Okay. Mr. Koberger has a diagnosis of autism, and he displays characteristics consistent with autism. A comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of Mr. Koberger, conducted by Dr. Rachel Orr, found that Mr. Koberger continues to exhibit all the core diagnostic features of ASD, currently with significant impact on his daily life. Mr. Koberger shares characteristics such as social challenges, perseveration, I can't even say that word right now, lack of reciprocity. These characteristics are noted by those unfamiliar with autism as not picking up on social cues. In evaluating Mr. Koberger, Dr. Orr found that he has displayed lifelong deficits in social emotional reciprocity, including limited perspective taking and limited sharing of affect emotions of others. Because of his autism, others may see Brian as not recognizing social cues, continuing to talk to others when the conversation would naturally end, over focusing on a topic or hobby of interest, or talking about the same topic repeatedly, using a complicated vocabulary, or seeming self-absorbed. Brian's autism is also accompanied by obsessive compulsiveness and an eating disorder. Since childhood, Mr. Koberger has exhibited compulsions around getting things in his eyes, hand washing, and other germ avoidant behaviors. These characteristics must not be used by the prosecution as factors for the jury to consider as aggravators. Evidence of mental illness in capital case litigation is mitigation evidence. The United States Supreme Court and Idaho Supreme Court recognize evidence of a defendant's mental illness as mitigating. It is clear that the mental defect may diminish an individual's culpability for a criminal act. Acknowledging the belief long held by this society that defendants who commit criminal acts that are attributable to disadvantaged background or to emotional and mental problems may be less culpable than defendants who have no such excuse. Mr. Koberger's autism is mitigation evidence. What did I say? Footnote. Why did I put that? Hold on. I put this. Okay. In expert disclosures, Mr. Koberger indicated that he expects to call 2 expert witnesses in his case in chief to combat any attempt by the state to use his ASD characteristics as evidence of intent or proof of other elements of the crimes for which he is accused. This motion is not meant to conflict with that method of confronting evidence the state may use against him in its case in chief. Allowing the state to argue that Mr. Koberger's mental illness is an aggravating factor that violates the 8th and 14th Amendments by precluding the jury from giving meaningful consideration and effect to the mitigating evidence. The court has defined mitigating factors to be any evidence that might serve as a basis for a sentence less than death. Mitigating circumstances are not necessarily factors that lead sentencers to believe that a defendant is a good person despite having committed a horrible crime. As the Supreme Court has explained, compassionate or mitigating factors may stem from the diverse frailties of humankind. Sorry, I know I'm not going to have time to read it all, so I'm trying to highlight some of the key points here. Allowing the state to argue that Mr. Koberger's mental health issues are actually aggravators unlawfully interferes with the jury's ability to give an effect to that mitigation evidence. It is more prejudicial than if the sentencer were told to ignore it or give it no weight, which is prohibited by law. Okay. The state also cannot argue that factors which are causally related to Mr. Koberger's mental health issues should serve to aggravate the punishment, i.e., that they contribute to future dangerousness, propensity to kill, or contribute to aggravators regarding heinousness of the crime. That is functionally the same as arguing that he should be sentenced to death because of his mental illness, which is constitutionally impermissible. I wonder if I should have read the other one first, because I think this other one, yeah, this is the one I should have read first, actually, because it explains some of the stuff here. So this is another thing about the autism. So autism spectrum disorder. Okay, so they're trying to strike the death penalty as a sentencing option in his case because Mr. Koberger's autism spectrum disorder reduces his culpability, negates the retributive and deterrent purposes of capital punishment, and exposes him to unacceptable risks that he will be wrongfully convicted and sentenced to death. In making this motion, Mr. Koberger relies on his right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment, his right to due process, his right to a fair trial, his right to counsel, his right to present a defense, his right to a reliable sentencing determination, and other rights safeguarded by the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments. Okay. So, argument. Due to impairments in communication, reasoning, social skills, and impulse control, people with ASD are insufficiently culpable to be executed. The death penalty is only appropriately sought in a case when it falls into a very narrow category of the most serious crimes and involves a defendant whose extreme culpability makes them the most deserving of execution. The 8th Amendment limits the death penalty to those offenders with a consciousness materially more depraved than that of a typical murderer. The death penalty must be limited to those offenders whose extreme culpability makes them the most deserving of execution. In prohibiting execution of people with intellectual disabilities, the U.S. Supreme Court identified several characteristics that make such defendants categorically less culpable than the average criminal. Because of their impairments, however, by definition, they have diminished capacities to understand and process information, to communicate, to abstract from mistakes and learn from experience, to engage in logical reasoning, to control impulses, and to understand the reactions of others. I hope I highlighted everything I should have, because I didn't have time to. Yeah, I think the reason, for all this, then, this part that I highlighted kind of explains all the steps. So I tried it so everything would be included for, you know what I'm saying, where it highlights everything pretty much important. Okay, offenders with autism spectrum disorder tend to lack theory of mind, especially empathy, and the ability to see from other perspectives, the ability to appreciate the whole context, execute functioning required for planning and organization, appreciation for the consequences of one's actions, and the ability to generalize learning from one situation to another. A comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of Mr. Koberger conducted by Rachel Orr found that Mr. Koberger continues to exhibit all the core diagnostic features of ASD currently with significant impact on his daily life. Social deficits, including a diminished ability to understand the reaction of others, are perhaps the most widely recognized characteristics of ASD. People with ASD often have difficulty identifying the emotional or mental states, fear and anxiety of others, and how to respond appropriately. As it relates to this case, Dr. Orr confirmed that Mr. Koberger has displayed lifelong deficits in social emotional reciprocity, including limited perspective taking and limited sharing of affect emotion of others. Along with difficulty recognizing the emotion of others, people with ASD often struggle to recognize and regulate their own emotions. This can manifest as diminished capacity to control impulses. Dr. Orr observed Mr. Koberger's impulsive tendencies throughout her evaluation, which were also reported by his family. Example A at 9, 13, 14, 17. Additionally, a need to engage in repetitive behaviors or interests is one of the diagnostic domains of ASD. Since childhood, Mr. Koberger has exhibited compulsions around hand washing and other cleaning behaviors. Diminished ability to communicate is another hallmark of ASD. Although Mr. Koberger has strong verbal abilities, he failed to recognize multiple idioms during Dr. Orr's evaluation. And Dr. Orr noted that his language is often over-inclusive, disorganized, highly repetitive, and overly formal. Like people with intellectual disabilities, people with autism also have diminished capacities to understand and process information and to abstract from mistakes and learn from experience. Mr. Koberger exhibits slow verbal processing and weaknesses in certain areas of executive functioning, including cognitive flexibility and organizational approach. Dr. Orr observed that Koberger tended to perceive information in a more piecemeal manner and was highly distractible. Number 2, the deterrent and retributive aims of the death penalty are not met by executing people with ASD. The theory of deterrence in capital sentencing is predicated upon the notion that the increased severity of the punishment will inhibit criminal actors from carrying out murderous conduct. Yet it is the same cognitive and behavioral impairments that make these defendants less morally culpable. For example, the diminished ability to understand and process information, to learn from experience, to engage in logical reasoning, or to control impulses, that also make it less likely that they can process the information of the possibility of execution as a penalty, and as a result, control their conduct based upon that information. Number 3, as awareness of ASD becomes more widespread, evolving standards of decency condemn execution of people with ASD. The intersection between ASD and the death penalty has gained recent attention with the case of Robert Robertson, which I have looked into this guy because the Innocence Project took his case, and there's like, you could see an interview with him. Have you guys heard of Robert Robinson? He's an autistic man sentenced to death in Texas for the alleged murder of his daughter. In addition to challenging the scientific flaws and underpinning his daughter's diagnosis of shaken baby syndrome, Mr. Robertson argues that his ASD contributed to his wrongful conviction because law enforcement misinterpreted his flat effect during the tragedy as evidence of guilt. That was a thing. They were confused why he didn't show like emotions and he had like that flat effect. They did interpret it as guilt. And I think he's innocent, and they're working on getting, I don't know, did they get him off yet? I know they got it like stopped, like he was about to be executed, and they got like a stay, like a hold on it, because the Innocence Project is, I know they took this case, but I don't know. I have to see what updates. Does anybody know? Anyway. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, number 4, death sentences for people with ASD are inherently unreliable because defendants with ASD cannot present mitigation evidence that will be meaningfully considered by the jury. The court acknowledged that the defendants with intellectual disabilities are unable to make a persuasive showing of mitigation in the face of prosecutorial evidence of one or more aggravating factors, where 1, they are less able to give meaningful assistance to their counsel, their demeanor may create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse for their crimes, and 3, they are typically poor witnesses, and the mitigation presented can be a two-edged sword that may enhance the likelihood that the aggravating factor of future dangerousness will be found by the jury. Because these concerns apply with at least equal force to someone with ASD, the 8th and 14th Amendments also prohibit the imposition of death penalty in the case. So you guys understand, like, the way they could be viewed. First of all, they won't be able to help with their counsel very much for different reasons. And I hope I highlighted, it's already on page 16. I hope I have some of that highlighted where it explains that. If not, maybe we could go back up through, because I read it, but I don't remember. I thought I highlighted everything pretty good. But anyway, and their demeanor may recreate a lack of remorse. You know what I'm saying? So like, it might seem like they're not remorseful, but it's because of their demeanor in the ASD. And then they're poor witnesses. And then it says that the mitigation presented can be a two-edged sword that may enhance the likelihood that the aggravating factor of future dangerousness will be found by the jury. Like that they would, all things, hold on a second. Thank you, Becky. But yeah, that they might, I guess, future dangerousness. They could be, do something like that in the future because of the way like they're perceived by the jury. So I mean, I get it, like the whole death penalty. Like I think, if they could prove that he, has it, like, yeah, I mean, it maybe. What do you guys think? Do you think if they could show like for sure it is autistic, do you think the death penalty should be off the table? Well, I think according to the laws now, it should be, right? I'm not saying I think he's innocent. I mean, I think he should do life if he's guilty, and I do think he is the right guy. But the death penalty, yeah, I do think. I'm not a big death penalty person. I don't know. I just think, in a way, I feel like you're trying to teach that killing's bad. So let's teach that by doing what we're saying should be not be done. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, let's go. Man. Did I not finish? I don't have, I should have been highlighted. The demeanor of a defendant with ASD will likely create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse. Well, let me see if I have anything else highlighted. Yeah, I guess I do. I don't think I highlighted enough. I read it all, but hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Where are we? Oh, it's going through to show. Okay, I see. So it's listing all of them out here. So it's defendants are with ASD are less able to meaningfully assist their counsel. Maybe I should read some of it. I think it's interesting. Are you guys interested in like this stuff? So the key diagnostic criteria for ASD significantly hamper an autistic defendant's ability to meaningfully assist counsel, particularly in the unique context of capital defense. It says social deficits and repetitive behaviors and interests. The first and most critical step in adequate capital representation is establishing a rapport with the client. Establishing a relationship of trust with a client is essential both to overcome the client's natural resistance to disclosing the often personal and painful facts necessary to present an effective penalty phase defense, and to ensure that the client will listen to counsel's advice on important matters such as whether to testify and the advisability of a plea. The American Bar Association guideline, let me see. The social and communication deficits associated with ASD pose a major barrier to developing the necessary rapport between counsel and client for effective capital representation. For example, people often convey warmth through nonverbal cues, such as posture, facial expression, and tone, which clients with ASD will not be able to recognize or interpret. The second diagnostic criterion, repetitive behaviors and interests, often manifest as hyper-focus on a particular topic at the exclusion of all others. Capital cases involve an enormous volume of information across different subjects. In this case, the state provided 68 terabytes of discovery. To make informed decisions, a capital client must be able to comprehend the full landscape of his case. For defendants with ASD, their fixation on a single theory or piece of evidence will impair their ability to see the case in its entirety and make reasoned decisions about its direction. People with ASD tend to be rigid in their thinking and struggle with decision making. Let's see. Listing extreme distress at small changes, difficulties with transition, rigid thinking patterns as examples of behavior that meet diagnostic criteria for ASD. A complex capital case will rarely follow a linear trajectory. As the investigation and evidence evolve, so will the defense strategy, and the client must be able to adapt. Okay, so yeah, I think you get the point of that. And this goes on to say, the impairments cannot simply be overcome by a client who wants to be cooperative. Mr. Kohlberger displays extremely rigid thinking, perseverates, I don't even know how to say that, but on specific topics, process information on a piecemeal basis, struggles to plan ahead, and demonstrates little insight into his own behaviors and emotions. Even assuming Mr. Kohlberger aims to be as helpful as possible in preparing in the case, these mental deficiencies will invade every detail of that aid, from client relationship to fact investigation, to mitigation investigation, to pretrial motions, to trial strategy. No matter how helpful Mr. Kohlberger may wish to be, it is simply not possible for him to aid counsel in a way that someone without deficits accompanying ASD would be able to. The demeanor of the defendant will likely create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse. All stages of the proceedings, the defendant's behavior, manner, facial expressions, and emotional responses, or their absence, combine to make an overall impression on their trier of fact, an impression that can have a powerful influence on the outcome of the trial. Concerns about jurors' impressions of a defendant's remorse or lack thereof apply with equal force to persons afflicted with ASD as they do to those with intellectual disability. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so the serious prejudice could result if the defendant's capacity to react and respond to the proceedings to demonstrate remorse or compassion is inhibited. All right. It says, Mr. Kohlberger's ASD manifested many of these highly prejudicial but completely involuntary mannerisms. Dr. Orr observed that he subtly rocks his upper torso, especially while engaging in cognitive task or listening to someone else, both of which are almost certain to occur during his trial. I must have missed this section, guys. I'm sorry. I must have accidentally skipped this because I would have definitely highlighted some of this. That's why I'm going through. Oh, here's another one. Due to their difficulty recognizing the emotions of others, people with ASD may make facial expressions that are awkward and incongruent with the tone of proceedings. Most concerningly, for capital defendants, people with ASD often display a flat affect, even in the face of highly emotional evidence, which can be interpreted as coldness or lack of remorse. I mean, that's true. Think about it. Jury's looking at everything, and they're mostly watching him. Most of the time, I bet you their eyes are looking at him and his reactions, or whoever is the defendant and their reactions, and they're putting a lot of weight into that stuff. They really do. Okay, so let me skip down. So I guess he rocks his upper torso, especially engaged in a cognitive task or listening to someone else. So that'd be interesting to see. I haven't noticed that in any of the hearings, but it's just, we don't get to too good of a look at him in the hearings yet. The angles of the The ones that we've seen are so bad. His range of facial expressions is limited. His baseline effect is stoic, and his expressions are sometimes incongruent with what is happening around him. Mr. Kohlberger also exhibits atypical eye contact, including an intense gaze. Mr. Kohlberger's facial expressions, including his lack of effect and concentrated stare, are already being assigned sinister meaning by observers. Jurors begin assessing a case from the moment they step into the courtroom. In this case, where jurors will be forced to determine whether Mr. Kohlberger will live or die. Mr. Kohlberger himself is essentially a piece of evidence to be examined and evaluated. Every movement and expression is subject to analysis. Due to his ASD, Mr. Kohlberger simply cannot comport himself in a manner that aligns with societal expectations of normalcy. This creates an unconscionable risk that he will be executed because of his disability rather than his culpability. People with ASD make poor witnesses. Concerns about the demeanor of a defendant with ASD apply with greater force when he chooses to take the stand in his own defense. Both verbal and nonverbal communication with jury is impeded by the deficits experienced by someone with ASD, perhaps to an even greater degree than someone with intellectual disability, who may not experience the same level of social impairment. A person with ASD will struggle on the witness stand in a myriad ways. Okay. Aside from atypical social behaviors, individuals with ASD may exhibit uncommon verbal or speaking patterns. Sometimes their phrasing is unusual, nonsensical, and exceedingly formal. They may take a long time to answer questions, which may appear evasive. They may also let out sudden and unexpected verbal utterances, which might come across as rude. They may also misinterpret or nitpick questions asked of them during questioning or cross-examination. For instance, defendants may fail to pick up on cues which signal the end of a line questioning or attempt to shift the conversation to a topic of their interest. Such behavior may be misunderstood as the defendant being cagey or unwilling to discuss a particular area or answer questions. As another example in question in his jury trial, the defendant with ASD instigated arguments with the prosecutor over comparatively trivial detail while failing unless redirected to confront the underlying and critical question. Getting hot for some reason. Okay. It says Mr. Kohlberger's speech is awkward, both in its content and delivery. Dr. Orr observed his tone and cadence are abnormal. His interactions lack fluidity. His language is often over-inclusive, disorganized, highly repetitive, oddly formal. He is highly distracted by sounds or activity occurring around him. He frequently looks from side to side to monitor his periphery. As a result of his high distractibility, he often needs questions or instructions repeated. He frequently shifts the topic back to himself, even when it is inappropriate. He uses abrupt, matter-of-fact phrases that would be considered rude. He carries on about topics in a circular manner and perseverates. How do you say that word? Hold on, because I don't know how to say that. And every time this is saying it, I feel like stupid. I can't persevere, but then obviously perseverates. I don't know. Oh well, who cares? I'll look it up later. Anyway, non-essential details. These symptoms of Mr. Kohlberger's ASD will alienate him from the jury and significantly hamper his ability to make persuasive showing of innocence or of mitigation. So it says evidence of a defendant's ASD will likely be perceived by the jury as aggravating instead of mitigating. It is well recognized by courts and scholars alike that evidence of ASD, like intellectual disability in youth, is a two-edged sword that increases the likelihood that the defendant will be seen as dangerous and as a result sentenced to death. Trial counsel ineffective for failing to present evidence of defendant's ASD due to the risk that the jury would perceive him as mentally ill monster who could not control his impulses to SA children. So they're talking about a different case. Okay. See the United States. Okay, hold on. All right. Let me skip down to the. It says in one study, several trial judges who were interviewed regarding the impact of ASD on sentencing believed ASD would be an aggravating factor, as an individual's inability to control his behavior may be an inherent danger and threat to himself, others, and public safety. The risk that the jury's fear about the defendant's future dangerousness will overshadow the mitigating force of defense evidence is especially pronounced in cases of ASD. ASD is beyond the comprehension of most jurors, and it is chronic, permanent, and untreatable. Research has found that neurotypical adults demonstrate negative implicit biases against adults with ASD. Moreover, and particularly relevant to Mr. Koberger's case and the media frenzy surrounding it, heightened media attention on ASD-associated crimes has raised public alarm over the possible link between an autism diagnosis and violent behavior. Although there is little research on juror receptivity to ASD as mitigation evidence, studies have repeatedly found that jurors view evidence of serious mental illness as aggravating rather than mitigating. Several analyses demonstrate that although jurors believe in the abstract that mental health evidence will make them less likely to impose death, in reality, that evidence is often presented and discounted, presented and ignored, or presented, rejected, and treated as an aggravator. One study of capital jurors who voted for the death in cases where mental illness was a factor found that nearly half of jurors either treated it as an aggravated factor or reported that it had no impact on their decision at all. The same study also revealed that evidence of mental illness became irrelevant to some jurors if the facts of the crime were particularly brutal, that jurors often expressed concern about mentally ill defendants' future dangerousness, especially where there appeared to be less potential for rehabilitation. That jurors often perceived a defendant's lack of emotion at his trial as lack of remorse rather than a symptom of mental illness, and that the jurors were highly skeptical of defendants' claims of mental illness, often believing the defendant was malingering to manipulate the system and escape punishment. That's true. You know, a lot of people end up thinking that, like, oh, they're just saying that. But I do think, like, it makes sense that Ryan is autistic. I feel like from like different things we've heard about him, I feel like it does fit. Like I believe that he is autistic in my opinion, but now it doesn't make him more or less, prone to murder. But as far as like the death penalty, I do think, and as far as how the jury would, like, jurors would see him and perceive him, like what they're saying, like I do agree, like with that kind of stuff, it will affect the way that they're viewing his innocence or guilt. I do think it could affect that, like, oh, the no remorse, or look how odd he is, or why is he acting like the way he's acting, or like he's not going to be able to take the stand. But a lot of times the defendant doesn't take the stand, but he can't, like that. I mean, he can, but I mean, that wouldn't be smart if he wanted to, because he wouldn't be perceived very good. It would hurt him. So I don't know. I mean, it does make sense. I do. But don't take what I'm saying the wrong. I'm not saying that him being autistic makes him more or less prone to murder somebody. That's not what I'm saying. But what they're bringing up about, like, how he's going to be perceived by the jurors and how it could affect the outcome. These factors could affect the outcome. But I do think there's enough. See, I think there's enough evidence. I know a lot of people will disagree, but I think, like, if you take all the stuff Like singly, yeah, maybe not. But if you put it together, like all of it together, I feel like it's a good case in a way, right? Because all of it, like, what's the chance that all of that, together, like, yeah, I get, some of the surveillance maybe with the car was blurry, but you take like him turning off his phone at that period, him not having an alibi, the sheath, the DNA, what else is there? Hold on. No, I know, but but they wouldn't even have the opportunity, like they wouldn't be able to even put him on if he wanted to, because make a horrible witness is the whole point. Um, oh, excuse me. No, but Becky, they don't say that autism, they have a low IQ. That's not what they're saying. A lot of autistic people have high IQs. It's not a low IQ. Yeah. Okay, let me finish reading this. I should do a poll to see how many people think he's autistic or not. Okay. So the real capital juries are routinely transmogrifying, how do you say it? Mitigating evidence into evidence warranting execution demonstrates the inability to address this problem through jury selection or instructions. A capital sentencer must be able to give meaningful consideration and effect to all mitigating evidence that may provide a basis for refusing to impose the death penalty on a particular individual, notwithstanding the severity of his crime or his potential to commit similar offenses in the future. Okay, so where are we at? To believe that the evidence of, hold on. However, experience that shows reality is different. Despite their impairments, these defendants are more likely to be sentenced to death. Holding that defendants with cognitive and behavioral impairments of intellectual disability are less morally culpable. Defendants who commit criminal acts that are attributable to emotional and mental problems may be less culpable than defendants who have no such excuse. This court addressed the reality that evidence of mental illness is often a double-edged sword in its November 20th, 24 memorandum decision and order on death penalty motions. Citing Penry, the court denied Mr. Koberger's motion to strike the propensity aggravator on the grounds that the double-edged evidence is dealt with through instructions on the mitigation side, not through striking an aggravator. Man, hold on, this is bothering me on my finger. It's the thing though, like I get what they're saying, even if the instructions, but there's something inherently like these jurors are going to not be able to, I don't know, I don't know how to word it, but it would be, I feel like it is going to be tough to control for all that. But I mean, even with instructions, but double-edged sword, okay. However, the United States Supreme Court overruled Penry and Adkins and explicitly held that the double-edged nature of intellectual disability evidence is one reason why defendants with intellectual disabilities cannot be sentenced to death in accordance with the 8th and 14th Amendments reliability requirement. The Supreme Court reiterated this principle when it categorically barred execution of juvenile offenders, noting that the prosecution had argued that the defendant's youth was aggravating rather than mitigating. The court specifically rejected anything less than a categorical exclusion to address the problem. While this sort of overreaching could be corrected by a particular rule to ensure that the mitigating force of youth is not overlooked, that would not address our larger concerns. Okay, let's see. 5, even if this court rejects a categorical approach, it should remove the death penalty because the case-specific factors create an unacceptable risk that a death sentence will be imposed in spite of factors requiring a lesser sentence, including a pervasive media narrative that assigns sinister meaning to symptoms of Mr. Koberger's disability. Okay, let's see. Wait, what does it say? There's no need to speculate about what impact Mr. Koberger's ASD might have on his ability to present a meaningful defense. The prejudice is already clear. In its decisions transferring venue of Mr. Koberger's case, the Latah County Court acknowledged the extraordinary media attention received by this case. Much of that attention focuses on Mr. Koberger himself, in particular on his disability. Outlets ranging from the New York Times to true crime video bloggers have assigned nefarious meaning to symptoms of Koberger's ASD. Multiple news sources have, for example, focused on Mr. Koberger's social deficits, particularly as they relate to his interactions with women. NBC News accused Mr. Koberger of making creepy comments to female staff at a brewery. The New York Times ran an article alleging that Mr. Koberger made female students at Washington State University feel uncomfortable, though an investigation by the university cleared Mr. Koberger for any wrongdoing, and described how he lost his job as a teaching assistant due to his failure to meet the norms of professional behavior in his interactions with the faculty. If true, these allegations can easily be explained by Mr. Koberger's ASD. Given their difficulty interpreting social cues, people with ASD may misconstrue social niceties as romantic interest. It is also no surprise that Mr. Koberger came across as socially awkward or that he struggled to adapt to professional norms. These impairments are hallmarks of his disability. Lack of facial expressions and abnormalities in eye contact and body language are so emblematic of ASD that they are explicitly listed in the diagnostic criteria for the disorder. But to the online commentators who have developed a cottage industry devoted to parsing Mr. Koberger's every movement, these symptoms of his disability are sure signs of his guilt. One video analyzing Mr. Koberger's body language, which has received over 1 million views, infers guilt from his deadpan look and robot-like walk, positing that his facial expressions and body language prove he is a murderous incel. Live now from Fox Idaho Murders, what suspect Brian Koberger's body language tells us. A similar video viewed over 350,000 times lambasted Mr. Koberger's for his glare and blank empty stare, his cold iciness, his intense expression, his lack of facial effect. Law and Crime Network, cold iciness, Brian Koberger's body language before and after arrest for Idaho Murders analyzed. Noting the rigidity of his posture and his apparent lack of emotion, the New York Post described Mr. Koberger as showing a level of calm most comparable to infamous assassin Lee Harvey Oswald. A headline from the U.S. Sun says it all. Look of a killer. Idaho suspect Brian Koberger's psychopathic stare entering a court hides chilling emotions, says body language expert J.P. Rodriguez. These widely viewed and highly prejudicial media reports, draped in the language of expertise and analysis, demonize Mr. Koberger for his disability. In an environment so tainted by rampant and vitriolic conjecture, it is impossible for Mr. Koberger to receive the individualized sentencing determination, including full and careful consideration of mitigation evidence, that the Constitution demands whenever the state seeks to extinguish human life. I get it though. Those are all picking up on, if he's autistic, is picking up on different symptoms of being autistic would create, and they're listing it as like signs of him being guilty. Now, like I said, I do think they got the right person, but I get the argument. Like it's focusing on his ASD symptoms of, you know what I'm saying, of what they're viewing, and they're showing it, meaning that he's guilty because of it. I mean, it's true. That is what it, I mean, you guys see what they're saying, right? No, like I said, I do think he's the right guy, but it doesn't mean I can't agree with what they're saying too. Now I don't know what the answer. I mean, I guess one of the things is I guess they would have to take the death penalty off, but then as far as like it affecting what the jury decides, I mean, that's like, I mean, what can they really do? They can't really do anything to control that. They could inform the juror of the stuff and give like good instructions, but they can't make them not perceive certain things. And you know what I'm saying? So, but as far as the death penalty, what do you guys think? Do you think that he should be exempt from that or not? Put yes if you do think that he should be exempt from the death penalty because of this, and put no if not. I'm just curious. Okay, so but you see what they're saying, like his like lack of remorse and like the flat effect and the way he is going to respond to like like when they bring up something that should be emotional, and him not having the right responses during the sentencing phase. So let's say during the death penalty phase, it may, like they said, be like aggravating rather than mitigating. So they might look at it and be like, oh, and be viewing it wrong because it doesn't, for somebody with ASD, it doesn't mean the same as it would for somebody that doesn't. So it's, you know what I'm saying? So I get that. Like it could be misinterpreted, and then therefore they look at it like, yes, it fits the aggravating circumstances or whatever. And maybe it shouldn't, because it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like they're going to judge him on something that's like he's not, what do you call it? He has different, yeah. Well, I just read it all. I can't think of how to word it, but yeah. So I mean, I can see how it can make it hard to be able to differentiate between like somebody that, I don't know. That's true. I mean, it's tough. Like I get their argument. I really do for that. And like, since I'm not like a big death penalty person, like I feel like a life in prison is just as good of a penalty. I mean, I actually think I feel like that would be, I don't know. I just feel like to show, if we're showing these people that, okay, murder is bad by doing the same thing back, I just feel like it's kind of confusing. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not one of those people that's like gonna be like so against it, but like I would prefer just like the life. I feel like that should be like the sentence. So yeah, I know an eye for an eye. I get that, but um I get that the other side, but I'm just saying, so for me, I would say, yeah, just take it off. Like it doesn't bother me that much to take off the death penalty, because I do think life in prison is a good enough. I think it could just, in some situations, it could be worse than the death penalty. I know we've talked about this before, but it's like, I don't know. I think it's definitely justice. I think it's still justice. No, that's fine. I get it. I get other people's opinion. No, see, I think you guys are looking at lithium. I think you're not, it's not, they're not, I think you're looking at it wrong as far as why they're bringing up the autism. It's not to say had anything to do with the murder that's going to make him more prone to murder or not. It's more what they're saying is it's more like now the whole thing, like what they're saying, like it's going to make them more likely to say guilty. That, oh well, like that you can't control for that. It's what it is, but the whole death sentence thing, I get that side of it, but they're not bringing it up in the sense of like when I heard the whole autism thing, I was like, oh my God, I don't understand. Like, why is that even coming up? I do get it because it's not like necessarily brought up in the fact of them trying to say like that made him more. It's just more how the juror is going to view it in a way and perceive it. And some of the symptoms and how it could be viewed. And like, I get it because the media is picking these things that would be because of him being autistic and saying, oh my God, look, body language, look, yep, I think he's guilty because he's acting like this, or look at it the way, his face is, or he's no emotional, or you know what I'm saying? But as far as it saying like, oh, he's more, people with autism are gonna be more prone to murder. No, it's not saying that. I don't know. I think the biggest thing is they're trying to get the death penalty off the table. So and I do think I see how it could affect that I do, but not murder. So I hope I'm explaining it because my brain is so slow right now. So I hope I hope people aren't perceiving what I'm saying wrong. Nothing to do with him murdering anybody. It's just the way that it's being perceived. Yeah. Yeah, Allie, but it's more social stuff. It's like social stuff. So it's like the way he's viewed, how like people are like, oh, he's so creepy because he doesn't act like socially or facial expressions or like emotional intelligence type stuff. You know what I'm saying? And social intelligence type stuff. So he could be viewed as like, where you're hearing people like, oh, he's creepy, he's weird, or, he wasn't professional, his job, he did, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of stuff could be because of his autism, but it doesn't. A lot of them are highly intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like IQ wise, and of course, they could make it through college a lot because it doesn't necessarily affect that. So yeah. But like I said, I think he's guilty. So I hope you guys aren't misunderstanding. I do think they have the right guy. And I do think he should, if they do, he should definitely get life in prison. And I'm I guess just hopefully the jurors, if he does have it and they're allowed to, bring it into the trial, like hopefully that the jurors will be able to like look at stuff and kind of like ignore that kind of stuff. But there's always going to be that where they're going to watch his body language. And a lot of them, I don't think they're going to be able to find jurors that are completely unaware of anything about this, right? They're going to have some kind of knowledge on it, I would say, but they would have to be able to, I guess, give their word that it's not going to affect the way that they judge them. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Teeth and baby girl, she had some lung diagnosis. Anyway, okay, so I think I already read all that. Okay, so which one is this? Inclusive. So this is the DNA stuff. How long have I already been on? 3 hours? Let me take some water real quick. No, they are going to see his behavior. He's going to be in the court every day. They're going to watch all that. And if they do, and then also if they have the interview, if they play that, a lot of the times they'll play that at the trial too. So they'll see that behavior, body cams, if they play any body cams, and then seeing them in trial every day. That's huge. People watch the defendants. I would be too. And that they put, I feel like that affects what they think of them. We're human. You know what I'm saying? So you're watching and you're like watching like what they said, like when they're going over maybe like the autopsy or something that should be emotional, and watching like him not have like maybe not have the proper response to that. And you know what I'm saying? Different stuff like that. They will see him every day in the trial. So, but I guess we'll see. Now this is the stuff under Maddie's fingernails, the DNA that said 3 different like profiles or whatever. Yeah, no, I mean that's true, but there's still people they still do sometimes. But I mean, I get a lot of times they don't show emotion. But like, what about, hopefully they'll play the interview at the trial. A lot of times they play that and they watch the whole thing a lot of times through. Sometimes it's like a whole day or 2 of just watching the interview of the defendant, you know? I hope, I'd love to see that. Unless if he didn't even say anything. I'm trying to remember what was in the affidavit about how that went when they interviewed him, if there was anything that they said. Or if there's going to be people that already have seen stuff, because I feel like some of the jurors are going to have seen stuff on this case already too. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that he really can't testify. Do you see what I'm saying, Allie? Like he won't, they wouldn't be smart. So he doesn't even have that option, because they wouldn't be smart he would be a horrible witness. So sometimes, the defendant does testify and it does help him, and sometimes it doesn't help him. It just depends. But his is, there's no way he'd be able to testify, because it would totally hurt him. I know it's already 3 hours. I'm kind of hungry though. I didn't eat a lot of my dinner because of, my stomach is all messed up. But since I'm drinking this, I feel like I need to eat something. I'm trying to think what I could eat that won't be too bad. You know what? Actually, before I read this, maybe I could play a video and grab a snack real quick. Hold on. Let me find one that's
Let's first start with
get something. Hold on one second, guys. What about everything you need to know?
Of Idaho students.
Hold on. Let me see what the other one is real quick.
Let
me exit out of this. Hold on. Second, guys. I'm going to see which one I want. Either that one or... Let me see how long this one is.
We think that the court...
No, this is... Yeah, maybe I will play this long one so I can have time to go get a snack and I don't have to rush. All right, one second. Yeah, this one's better though. Hold on, I'm gonna play the 12-minute one because this one is, I feel like it's more interesting. All right, so hopefully I'll be back before anything else comes on. All right.
Of Idaho students. The killings changing the tight-knit community of Moscow forever. As the case against suspect Brian Koberger moves through the courts, we look back at the heartache, the hunt for answers, and the long road to justice. Sarah Jacobson takes us through the 28 months leading up to the highly anticipated trial.
On November 13th, 2022, Moscow police responded to a grisly scene at an off-campus home. The 4 students were found brutally stabbed to death, with authorities later confirming some had defensive wounds and were likely attacked as they slept.
They were all murdered through stabbing with some kind of probably a larger knife.
The town of Moscow known for its tranquility, was left in fear. And the police, the community, and victims' families began a heart-wrenching journey for justice.
This is stuff that shouldn't happen, especially in a small, quiet town like Moscow is, where we're heavily involved with the university.
I never would have thought this would have happened here. A lot of people left last night, and then we were like, I know we were like one of the only ones who actually stayed here last night. My mom has called me every single hour for since 7 a.m. this morning. So yeah, they want me to come home if I don't feel safe.
In the days that followed, investigators piecing together the victims' final hours. Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan had been at a local food truck after a night out, while Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle had attended a Sigma Chi party. Despite mounting pressure, police initially announced few public breakthroughs, leading to a sense of frustration in the public and those still in Moscow.
4 people were stabbed to death in their home, and to not have anyone as a suspect, I moved here because it felt safer than where I was coming from.
Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
It was nerve-wracking to hear them say that we are no longer totally safe, since their first comment in the beginning was that we were safe. So it was definitely a change that made a lot of my friends and I uncomfortable.
The Moscow Police Department sent out daily updates on the investigations, but many focused not only on addressing misinformation within the community, but also the spreading of lies and speculation online.
Best thing that most people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department.
By early December, authorities honing in on a white Hyundai Elantra seen near the crime scene. Weeks later, on December 30th, 2022, the case took a major turn. Brian Koberger, a PhD student at Washington State University, just 8 miles from Moscow, was arrested in Pennsylvania.
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee.
The arrest capped nearly 7 weeks of fear and frustration for the families of the 4 murdered students.
This is the first bit of joy that we've had in close to 7 weeks. We hope that they picked the right guy, and that gives us hope, and we haven't had hope for a long time.
We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners.
Investigators say DNA evidence on a knife sheath at the crime scene, along with phone and surveillance data, linked Koberger to the murders. Koberger was extradited to Idaho in January of 2023 and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Court documents reveal chilling details. DNA evidence, a witness account of a masked figure fleeing the scene, and alleged gaps in Koberger's cell phone activity during the murders. Prosecutors have since announced their intent to pursue the death penalty. Prosecutors saying the killings were especially heinous, and Koberger exhibited utter disregard for human life. Both the defense and prosecution anticipate a lengthy trial. Koberger's defense has questioned the validity of DNA evidence and challenged Idaho's death penalty laws.
I understand the stakes in this case are as high as they can possibly be in any case, but you are professionals. You have taken oaths, both as of officers within your jurisdictions, but also as attorneys before this bar.
The case has seen its share of delays after extensive pretrial motions and a decision to move the trial out of Latah County. The trial date has been set for August 2025 in Ada County. The venue was changed after Koberger's defense attorneys successfully argued that extensive media coverage and strong emotions in the university town would make it difficult to find an impartial jury. Judge Stephen Hippler laying out expectations for the defense and prosecuting attorneys.
So I expect at all times for you to remain civil to one another, that you not engage in personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, that you not engage in theatrics.
Now, Koberger's defense team is pushed to have a substantial portion of the evidence against him thrown out, claiming it hinges on an unconstitutional investigative method. The process in question is investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, which uses genealogical databases to identify potential suspects through familial DNA connections. The defense argues this technique violated Koberger's constitutional rights, setting the stage for a motion to suppress much of the case's foundation, including search warrants and physical evidence. The prosecution maintains that the investigative methods were lawful and that the use of IgG aligns with established legal precedents. Now, in late January, attorneys presented their arguments, much of which was closed to the public. The court's decision could reshape the trajectory of this case, as it may determine whether key evidence will be allowed at trial. Judge Stephen Hippler, citing concerns over preserving an impartial jury pool, has kept many details of these hearings sealed. Our legal expert helped us break down the complexities of these pre-trial arguments and their implications for the months ahead. Here's a conversation I had with attorney Ryan Black. Are you getting any sense right now on what the defense's strategy in this case might be?
Yeah. So defense right now is really going after some procedural issues, right? They're trying to see if they can take this case out of the hands of a jury a couple of different ways. They're trying to see if they can suppress evidence, right? And that means if they can succeed on this Frank's motion or this motion to suppress, they can actually take some of the evidence that the state has here, that the prosecution has, and they can just erase it. It's gone. And so really what they're doing is it's a procedural way of trying to win this case before it gets to the public, before it gets to the jury.
Ryan Black says of the numerous motions Brian Koberger's defense team has filed, there are three big ones to pay the most attention to: motion to suppress, a Frank's motion, and motion to compel, all for Judge Hippler to consider.
A Frank's motion is when defense looks at the affidavit that's been given from police to the court, and they say that there's lies in here, or he didn't tell you the whole truth, and it was reckless. He recklessly didn't tell you the whole truth. Not just there's a typo, not just you messed something up here. He knew he wasn't telling you the whole truth, and he withheld some of it. A Frank's motion in a case like this would mean that the search warrants that were written by law enforcement in order to get a lot of the evidence they got here could go away, which means the evidence that was garnered or gotten because of the search warrant could go away too.
One of the central arguments the defense is making is this investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG DNA evidence was obtained illegally by the police. Can you tell us what that IgG DNA is and what argument the defense is trying to make here?
That's a tough one because the judge has actually required both parties to seal all their arguments about this. What that means is he's concerned that if the general public is kind of made aware of the entirety of the evidence against Mr. Koberger in this case, then it's going to be really difficult to find an impartial jury, right? Because maybe the jury will hear stuff that they shouldn't have, or stuff that the judge eventually ends up suppressing. It's going to make it really difficult to find some people that don't know very much about the case and picking somebody who can be fair. But I think it's safe to say that there is some concern about this IgG data, where it came from and how they got it, whether they got it with a search warrant or just a subpoena, whether they got it, within the realms of what's constitutionally allowed currently, or whether this is something that's going to be a whole new question of law that hasn't been decided before. And that's going to be interesting, to say the least.
The defense says there are over 68 terabytes of discovery in this case and claims it's extremely disorganized. Black says the defense is using a motion to compel to try and see if they can get some sanctions against the prosecution team in the way they've disclosed their experts.
So the expert witness disclosure that's been made had 25 different experts in it by the prosecution, and defense has taken up issue with 22 of those. So what they're trying to do now is they're trying to tell the judge that the way that these expert witnesses have been linked to the actual, catastrophic amount of data that they've got is not sufficient enough to show defense how those experts are going to be used by prosecution and where they're related to the facts. So it seems like they're asking for sanctions. Those sanctions could be anything from as little as excluding one of these experts to telling the prosecution they have to simply supplement their expert witness disclosure, or it could be as drastic as something like taking the death penalty off the case. Now, I don't see a big decision like that coming anytime soon, but that's the type of thing that it looks like the defense is asking for in this motion to compel.
What's something we should be looking out for now?
Hearing what Hippler's going to decide on any one of these three things is really interesting, right? Because the motion to suppress, the Frank's motion, the motion to compel, any one of those things could drastically change the topography of this case. And so he could simply deny all three of them. But if he grants any one of these motions, it's going to be a really interesting change in the way that the case proceeds forward.
Brian Kohberger's trial is currently scheduled to begin August 11th.
Wow, that was pretty interesting, actually. I had my mom made these protein balls or something. I don't know what you call them. They're so freaking good. I love them. She made them before too. It's the second time she made them. There's like peanut butter and oats and oh my god, they're so good. I just ate 2 of them and I ate some vegetables. I ate some celery with some dip and 1 piece of broccoli and some carrots. So my tummy's good now. Okay, so yeah, interesting. He's got a pretty good lawyer. I mean, she seems like she's a pretty good lawyer too. I mean, she's been on it, getting stuff done since the time she started. Why does it keep going back to this? I don't understand. The whole setup, it's like you have to. No. Oh. Sorry, I was just looking at all the I'm just testing them out. Okay. What was I going to read? Oh, I'm going to read the other 2 stuff here. The other couple things. This is about the DNA, not the about the DNA under her fingernails, because this is something that was new too that just came out. Which is kind of confusing because like there's a lot redacted in this, which is making me mad because it's like they're saying it's inconclusive, but then some parts of it saying like he is excluded. So is he excluded or not from the DNA? You know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit confused. Does anybody know? Let me read it and see what you guys take from it. Okay. No. Okay, so it says Brian Kohberger by and through his attorneys of records and hereby moves the court for an order limiting testimony about the statistical analysis of item Q13.1, fingernail scrapings. Allowing such testimony, let me make this bigger, sorry. There we go. Allowing such testimony would violate Mr. Kohberger's federal and state constitutional rights to due process, a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and confrontation of witnesses. This motion is based on the 5th, 6th, 14th Amendments to the Constitution. Okay, so statement of facts. In grand jury testimony, Jade Miller testified as to the results of testing done on item 13.1, a swab of the left fingernail clippings from Madison Mogan. The data consisted of three-person mixture. The statistic, the likelihood ratio. So remember, they do the LR a lot. So that's the likelihood ratio. Was calculated assuming that Madison was a contributor to her own fingernails. Miller testified that Madison. Wait, is MM? Yeah, that Madison. Miller testified that Madison as follows. What? I don't know. As followed. So there's something redacted. And it says the data from that sample was redacted as to Mr. Koberger. GJ transcript at 365, 366. Miller testified that inclusive means that an analyst is, and then there's some redaction. GJ transcript 366. Miller went on to explain that the likelihood ratio for Mr. Koberger, and it is redacted, argument. So basically it's saying the use of misleading language confuses and misleads the finder of fact and is barred by rules 402 and 403, as well as due process, and that evidence is overly prejudicial. The erroneous admission of irrelevant and prejudicial evidence will offend due process when it renders a trial fundamentally unfair. Here, expanded beyond the language of the report would prejudice Mr. Koberger in that it may allow the jury to infer that the inclusive data would mean that he might be included. Wait, what is LO? Likelihood ratio. Okay. So it says the likelihood ratios are different from traditional statistics that courts and juries are used to seeing and hearing. The likelihood ratio is a comparison of hypotheses. It is not a statement of identity or probability of identity. It simply asks the question, given the data, which hypothesis tested is more likely? For item Q13, 1, both hypotheses tested for each individual assume that Madison's DNA was present. So when the lab generated ratio, wait, what is it again? I keep forgetting what it stands for. Something ratio, likelihood ratio. Sorry. Okay, where are we at? Likelihood ratio. So it says when the lab generated and likely ratio laid out above, the hypothesis tested were Madison, KG, and an unknown unrelated person. Oh, that's Kaylee. So Madison, Kaylee, who she was in the room with, her best friend, who she was in the bed with. So Madison, Kaylee, and an unknown unrelated person versus Madison and two unrelated persons. Okay. So this comparison was done for all individuals listed in Report 7 and for Mr. Koberger in Report 26. At the ISP lab, any number greater than 100 is considered conclusive, result indicating inclusion. Any number less than 0.01 is considered a conclusive result indicating exclusion. Thus, oh my God, my brain, yeah, it must be really bad. I already forget. Oh my God, why can't I remember? You guys, give me some leeway here. I cannot remember what that stands for. Likelihood ratio. I remember before I looked. Oh Lordy. Okay, so I'm trying to follow this. I'm a little bit confused on all this. Okay. Like I said, I need your guys' help here. Okay. So if a likelihood ratio, I get this part. If a likelihood ratio falls within the range of 0.01 to 100, the lab cannot draw any conclusions and the data is reported inconclusive. Okay. So, but if it's less than 0.01, it's considered conclusive, result indicating exclusion, which means it's not that person. It excludes that person, right? If it's above it, 100, it's okay. It is, right? But if it's between it, it's inconclusive, right? So in her testimony, Miller did not provide a full context to the analysis. The lab reported a series of likelihood ratios for item 13.1, including 0.3994. And of course, this has to be redacted. So for redacted, and then the 0.485 is redacted for somebody, and then the 0.20 is for somebody else, and then the 0.0233 for something else. Okay. Says lab report number 7 at 3. All of these individuals sit in the same shoes as Mr. Koberger, namely that the likelihood ratio is exclusionary, but falls in the range of inconclusive. Okay, so sit in the same shoes, namely that the likelihood ratio is exclusionary, but falls in the ranges of inconclusive. How could it be both? Hold on, exclusionary, but falls. It's exclusionary. How could it be exclusionary if it's inconclusive? That's what I'm a little bit confused, because if it was inconclusive, it wouldn't be exclusionary, I thought. The lab cannot draw any conclusions, and the data is reported as inconclusive. They're saying it. So basically, they're saying Mr. Koberger, the likelihood ratio for him, for one of those DNA being his, is exclusionary, but falls in the range of inconclusive. Maybe because I am sick and I'm just not able to understand, because I'm under the like what I'm reading right here is if it is inclusive, it can't be exclusive, right? So consider conclusive. So like there's one that's conclusive and it excludes you, or it can be conclusive and it includes you, and then it could be inconclusive where it doesn't do either. So I'm a little bit confused. So they're saying his was inconclusive, like the results, like the I guess the likelihood ratio that he is one of those DNA, it's inconclusive, but it excludes him. How is that possible? It makes no sense. After a couple days when I'm getting better, I'm gonna go back and try to see if I'm just like maybe missing a small little detail. But if you look at these would all fall in the, would it be inclusive? Hold on. Yeah, they would fall into this range, which would be inconclusive. So I get the inconclusive, but I don't get why they're saying exclusionary. That's what I don't like right here. It wouldn't be excluding them. It would be inconclusive, which they can't exclude it because it falls in that number, right? I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Do they all fall? Hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I get what they're saying, but they're just not making, this is not right. So okay, we're on page 3. Is this the argument for the defense, or let me see. Inconclusive data. There's attorneys of record. Yeah, moves the court limiting testimony about the statistical analysis. So they basically want to limit this, but so when I watch a couple videos on this, which we'll watch one of them, maybe it'll help us understand. They're basically saying that it doesn't make sense because it's like, why would they not want, if this excludes him, then why would they want it? Why are they making a big deal about getting this to limit the testimony of this person saying it excludes them? Wouldn't they want to keep it in because it's showing that it's not him? You know what I'm saying? So that's why there's something, I feel like it's not then. It's not showing it exclusively. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's inclusive, which doesn't mean for sure that it's not him. I don't know. Makes no sense. Because why do they, if it is indeed excluding him, then why not keep it in there? Huh? Anyway, all right, let's see. It says, thus, Mr. Koberger's inclusive likelihood ratio, I had to think about that, is similar to almost every other person for whom an likelihood ratio was generated, and focusing on his inclusive likelihood ratio would mislead the jury. And that implies that the likelihood ratio means that Koberger's DNA might be excuse me, might be present in the sample. Well, because you're saying it's the inclusive, which doesn't, I get it that it's not saying that it's him, but it's not, it can't 100% exclude him is the way I'm understanding it. So it doesn't include him, but it can't like say like 100% it excludes him because it doesn't fall within that. See what I'm saying? So I guess I think maybe this is what they're saying is it does exclude him because it doesn't include him in it. You know what I'm saying? It's not enough to say that he is that. So it does exclude him in that way. I don't know. Obviously, I mean, it has to, because why else do they want it out so bad? Anyway, more importantly, Mr. Koberger has disclosed through further independent lab testing, he is eliminated as a contributor to item 13.1. Okay, then show that. When Mr. Koberger sought to overturn the grand jury indictment, he argued that Miller's testimony was inadmissible and misleading. The state argued that the testimony was presented to the grand jury as exculpatory in an effort to elicit favorable evidence for Mr. Koberger. The independent lab testing conducted by the defense related to item 13.1 is indeed exculpatory. Okay, then why? All right, I mean, Mr. Koberger is excluded and the state should be precluded from misleading the jury in any way. Anyway. All right, so then let's do, oh, this is another one. Does this one explain it better? Hold on, it's another one about this. Comparing two different simply ask the question, given the data, which hypothesis tested is more likely? Hold on a second. Where? All right, I'm just going to go to the next one. Hold on. We'll do the murder and cite the words that they're trying to ask that are not allowed to be said in the trial. Hold on, let me bring them up real quick. Hold on, where are they? Murder. Sorry, I don't have those pulled up yet. I gotta find it here. Okay, so murder and this one and this one. All right, so these are quick though. These are short, don't worry. And then maybe this week we'll do more interesting because I mean this stuff's like all documents and stuff. And if you guys aren't familiar, it might not be as engaging for you or easy to follow. But if we go back and maybe go through some of the old stuff and body cams and stuff, that could be interesting. All right. So using the term psychopath or sociopath, Brian Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby moves the court for an order prohibiting the state from name calling. Specifically, this motion seeks to bar the use of the terms psychopath and sociopath. Okay, let's see. IRE 403 allows exclusion of evidence that is unfairly prejudicial to a party. By analogy, the same principle should apply to terminology that is unfairly prejudicial. The use of the words psychopath or sociopath during the course of the trial is unfairly prejudicial. See attached affidavit of Dr. John Edens. Wait, see. I'll have to go find that if I could find it in the documents. And then this is the murder one. Okay. Okay, so prohibiting the use of the words murder, murderer, murdered, murder weapon, and similar forms of the word murder applied to Brian Koberger during the trial of this matter. This motion is not seeking a prohibition of the use of the word murder or its varying forms in the charging document or jury instruction. This motion, let me skip that. Whether the killings at issue are murder as allegedly committed by Brian Koberger or an alternate suspect or someone still unknown is the ultimate issue. Each side will present this very argument to the jury. It is a matter of fact to be found by the jury after the court instructs the jury with the applicable instructions. To label Mr. Koberger as a murderer, the alleged weapon consistent with an empty sheath as a murder weapon, or to assert that any of the four decedents was murdered by Mr. Koberger denies his right to a fair trial and to the right to be presumed innocent. 403 allows exclusion of evidence that is unfairly prejudicial to a party. Okay, let me go. It says the prosecutor, law enforcement, and medical examiner are viewed with authority and respect by most jurors. When persons with authority speak, lay people tend to believe their statements and conclusions. If the prosecution and or its witnesses use these words in its case in chief, it would improperly imply to the jury that it is the prosecutor or witness's belief or opinion that the defendant is guilty of murder. This is improper opinion testimony under IRE. It is improper for the prosecution to express a personal belief unless the comment is based solely on inference. Expert testimony that concerns conclusions or opinions that the average juror is qualified to draw from the facts utilizing the juror's common sense and normal experience is inadmissible. So yeah, Mr. Koberger requests an order prohibiting the lawyers and witnesses from using the words murder, 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 murder weapon, as well as derivative forms of the word murder. Oh, okay. I mean, well, let's just see. I'm gonna go through some of my files. Let's see what we got here. All right. What's this? Oh, Just some random screenshots. Christy describes, so Christy's Kaylee's mother, describes for the first time how Kaylee was found. I'll just go over some old screenshots we got here. Why? Since I'm not quite ready to end it. Where did I go? Oh, there we go. Okay. The side where Kaylee was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she was trapped, she described. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open the door without swiping the foot of the bed, and it was wall. You know the headboard was up against the wall. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right, what else? What's this? Oh, this is Richard Allen. I got it the wrong thing. What's this? Oh, yeah, I got some of Delphi stuff in here on accident. Yeah, sorry. Those are all Richard. Sorry, I got some. Okay. What's this? Oh. Hold on, let me go. Let's see what this is. Let me play a couple of videos, some old videos I have downloaded. Hold on. Because I could play the body cams, but I kind of want to save that for like this week, going through some of the body cams where I'm like nice and fresh and have energy and could really like go and talk about them. So I might play some right now, maybe play some old like news clips about the case. What's this? Hold on. Oh, this was the TikTok. So Xana, remember they said she was on TikTok till like 4:12 that night? So she says, Queen. Somebody says, was this while she was on TikTok at 4 a.m.? There's another one I have in my file somewhere. It'll show. I have it somewhere where what she said. There's more to that, but okay. Let's see what this is.
We are learning more information tonight about Brian Kohberger, the suspect in the murder of those 4 University of Idaho students, that may finally provide a connection to victims Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. People magazine reports that in the weeks before the November murders, Kohberger ate at the restaurant where 2 of the victims, Madison and Xana, worked. Quote, according to a former employee at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, Brian Kohberger came in at least twice to grab vegan pizza. 2 of the victims, Madison and Xana Kernodle, were servers at the restaurant. It's unclear if either woman ever waited on Kohberger or if they even interacted. People also reports that an Instagram account belonging to Kohberger followed both Madison and Xana and the 3rd female victim, Kaylee Gonsalves. And according to a source in late October, an account that authorities believe belonged to Brian Kohberger sent a greeting to one of the female victims. When he didn't get a reply, he sent several more messages to her. He slid into one of the girl's DMs several times, but she didn't respond. The source tells people basically it was just him saying, hey, how are you? But he did it again and again. The report in People states Kohberger was incredibly persistent in sending those messages, even though the victim never responded. Now, investigators already have suggested that Kohberger was stalking his victims months before the murders. Cell phone records laid out in the probable cause affidavit show he was near the house where the murders took place up to a dozen times in the months leading up to the killings. Even the victims' families were still trying to figure out if their paths had crossed. Shannon Gray is the attorney for the Gonsalves family.
I don't know of anybody that did know him. All those girls were social. They were involved in the college. They were working hard, waitressing and doing different things. So the idea that he may have ran across their paths, I don't think is uncommon.
Also this week, the search warrant for Kohberger's Pullman, Washington apartment, just miles from where the students were killed, was unsealed, showing that investigators collected a pillow with reddish-brown spot-stained mattress covers, several possible hair strands, a black glove. There's also a new gag order that's even stricter. Now, you saw that piece of interview there with one of the family's attorneys. Even they won't be able to speak now publicly anymore. But so what does this new information tell us? Former classmates have said Kohberger was bullied in high school for being overweight. One former classmate telling the Daily Mail, quote, "The whole clique of popular girls made fun of him in school. They were the cheerleaders and the ones that every kid had crushes on." Let's ask Dr. Carol Lieberman, a forensic psychiatrist and expert witness who's been following this case closely, if this brings us any closer to the possible motive. Thanks very much for joining us, Doctor. What do you make of it?
Thank you. Well, I have been saying since the very beginning that he fits that before he was arrested, someone in particular was arrested, that the killer was an incel. And everything we have come to learn about Brian Kohberger since then fits that pattern. So an incel is a young man who has been rejected by women in his whole history of trying to get women to have sex with him, to go out with him. And we have, yes, that article, for example, talks about this one girl, Kim, who he left letters for, love notes and so on, who he kept pestering, and he wouldn't take no, and she kept rejecting him, and all the popular girls were rejecting him and throwing things at him, bullying him, and so on. And so this is indicative, I mean, there are many other things that relate to this that are indicative of his having had this pattern throughout his life of being rejected by women, and not just rejected, like a lot of people get rejected, but incels build up the rage. And they have groups online and so on where they egg each other on. And so it's really, we see the beginnings of it in middle school. That's when he first left these love notes. And now we take it, all the way to his leaving DMs and trying to follow these victims.
So I was going to ask you about that. So you're saying that you think that the fact that they didn't respond, that she didn't respond to his DMs, triggers, in effect, this response from him, which is this fury and rage as the guy who's been rejected all his life, and then he plots out these murders?
Right. And now to be fair, we don't know whether the person he sent the DMs to actually saw his DMs, but he never got a response. So whether she saw them or not, it was the same rejection to him.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Hold on, I'm going to find something else. I'm trying to put together some stuff into a folder that I want to go over this week. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see if there's any more interesting videos. Like I said, I'm going to save the timestamps for. This is a Twitter search. Somebody's there at the house. Oh no, this is the apartment complex. This is where he lived. Brian Kohberger lived in that apartment. Oh, you know what? I lived in one of those. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, this is where Brian Etten goes up to Brian's Brian's parents, right? I think here's part 2 right here. I think where they answer.
I'm a reporter. Is there anything you can say about Brian? Okay, thank you. I'm a reporter. Is there anything you can say about Brian? Okay, thank you.
Hold on, let me see what else we got. What's this one? I don't know what's. Oh, this one we just watched. What's this? Oh, this is. I don't know if it's really. This is his graduation.
To Brian Koberger. The Master of
I don't know what this is. This the same one? Yeah, I guess it's the same
The
one.
Master of Arts in Criminal Justice is awarded to Brian Koberger.
Here's one of the. Oh, let me take this down. Just going through some of the files. Pictures too. This is one of the. That's Maddie right there. Here's Brian. Hold on, let me see. But oh my God, I remember when when they first arrested him. So many people were freaking making videos or making accounts with his. There was so many. We were trying to find, like, we were going to his Instagram, trying to find if he was friends with him, the connections, if he was friends with any of them. There were so many that people had already created. And of course, they were being friends with them. They were linking them. It's just like, oh my God, you can't, what's the real one? But I guess they were able to find the real one, obviously, and then showed that, hold on, where did I do that? Showed that he was friends with him. So here's a look at the house. So you guys, this was the first floor, second floor, third floor. So there's, it's a couple ways you could have got in. This is the off to the kitchen right here. And then you have the balcony, which would have been where Maddie and Kaylee were. Second floor on the other side is where it would be the other side, right? Xana and Ethan. Or wait. Would it be this? I'd have to, it's hard. I have to flip it around and see. I get confused sometimes. Wait. Hold on, let me see here. Here's another view. It's kind of an odd house, but they demolished it. So here's Maddie and Kaylee, two of the victims. And then there's the house. Where? Oh, I had the picture of that blood, the blood coming out of it. Hold on. It's so crazy. Look, where did that go? I just had it. I thought I was, hold on. I swear I put it in this folder. Now I can't find it. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, no. Maybe. What is this? Oh, this is them in the house. Somebody filming. Okay, let's see what else. I don't know what half this stuff. I need to go through it all and see. on. Let me do. I'm trying to find another video we can watch. Oh, incident outside the house. Oh. What's this? Remember, these are old
I do want to
news
welcome back
clips.
Tracy
So
Walder, former CIA officer and FBI special agent.
let's
to
watch
speak about
this one.
Parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Caitlin, I'm
Just
sure it
crawling
wasn't
into
lost
bed
on
and
you
it looks
that
like
there is
them.
now a
knows what
trove,
that's
20
like.
minutes
The
worth of
boogeyman doesn't,
video that,
Oh.
it's body cam, so it
Hold on,
speaks
something else
pretty
is playing.
loudly,
I don't know what
but
it
you and I
is.
both know from a forensic and pragmatic
All right, I can't
approach
figure
to
out what's
crime
playing,
solving, that
guys.
is like manna from heaven. They
This
can
happens
still
sometimes where I
frame every
can't
moment of
find
that
it.
video and see absolutely everything in the background. What do you assume they're going to be looking for?
Where is it, guys?
I think they're going to be
You
looking
guys can
for
hear
people
that,
walking
right?
around, headlights, cars,
There's
people
nothing
on
else
bikes,
up.
any noises, because there is audio, anything flicking on in and out of houses, anything in the background that
can't find
might
it.
lead them to a vehicle, a body type, anything like that could be crucial
You
in
guys can
breaking
hear
open
it,
this
right?
investigation.
Oh my
And as you
God.
said, they have
This has
20
happened before when I've
minutes of
been
this
just
from
online,
two
where I can't
different
find it.
angles. This really is a trove of information that could
exiting out
possibly change the
everything.
trajectory of this
I've
investigation. And you
exited
know,
out
we at Daily
everything.
Mail posted some photos not too long ago, exclusive photos of the second floor into the house. And I think that does something similar. The purpose of releasing these things are so that not only the investigators, but the people who are from that area, know that area, been in that house,
Dude,
have
there's
been in those
nothing else
cars,
up.
could look at something and say, that doesn't look right, that piques my
I don't know what
interest,
to
and
do.
contact investigators. The public's viewing of these things is integral to solving this
I
case.
know. It's
Well, I mean,
oh,
I would be looking for headlights that are moving around. It's
I
3
don't know
o'clock
what
in
to
the
do,
morning.
guys.
It is not a normal time for loads of traffic. So any headlights that are moving in a certain direction may have come from a direction where there would be other cameras. I would be without questions.
I got it. I got it. I don't know what it was, but I exited out of something and it stopped. That was so weird. Now I don't have anything up. Oh my Lord, I hate when that happens. I hate it. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to get stuff ready for this week. Go through all my files and what is this? Some stuff it's like I have and I'm confused what. All right. Hold on. Let me see though if there's any videos that would be interesting to play right now that I have. Oh, you know what? I could play. Hold on a second. I'll play that other one I wanted to play. Since I exited out everything, hold on, let me get my email up. This one, where is it at? DNA. See if they'll explain it better. Is this the one I already played?
Of Idaho.
Yeah, I played that already. Let me unstar that. Okay. Let me play this.
Let's first start.
There we go.
Which what I think is the biggest development, the DNA from 3 individuals under victim Maddie Mogen's fingernails. How big of a deal is this, Edwina?
I think this is a huge deal, huge. I think probably one of the most important things that we can take from the filings is that it was inconclusive, and then there was further testing that excluded Koberger. And I think that's one of the most important things.
Okay. So there's two. Okay.
So, and it was interesting because at one point in the document, it said that it was inconclusive. And then the defense said that they did further testing that excluded Koberger. What does that mean? The fact that first inconclusive, but then the defense is citing this independent testing. And then why wouldn't
See, I wasn't crazy. I was understanding it. It's because so the way they worded it was confusing. So the state's initial one said inconclusive, then they further tested it and excluded it. Okay. So I was understanding it. I mean, I was understanding what the exclusionary and all that stuff, the basics of like this between this is exclusive, this is inclusive, and what that all means. Dang it. So like now, like, are we going to believe the state or I mean, I guess the state going to argue that theirs was right, or I wonder if they should do further testing to see. And then if they're saying that excludes him. The thing is though, that, I mean, she was she was out all night. She could collect DNA from who knows, like when she's at the bar, like wherever she was at. So even if she did have like DNA of somebody, I mean, I don't know, how hard would it be to get DNA under their nails? I don't think it would be that hard. I think just being out somewhere, she could have got it of somebody and it not have had to had been fighting them, So now if it included him, that would be crazy. If they found like one of the DNA was him, then that'd be huge evidence. Oh, thanks, Becky. Thank you.
they want it kept in, Edwina? If it shows that it wasn't him, why are they trying to get it thrown out ahead of trial?
I think that the defense argument there is that the inference from what we can deduce from what this testimony was to the grand jury is that the state wants to infer that it was Koberger, despite the fact that it was inconclusive. So I think that the defense is wanting to insulate against any inference whatsoever that the source of that DNA is Koberger.
What do you think it means that that it's three individuals, according to this filing? Three individuals' DNA found under the fingernails. What could that possibly indicate?
Well, I mean, with DNA evidence, and especially how little is required to get a DNA profile these days, is that it could be right anyone. She could be the source of the DNA. It could be an additional two other unknown individuals. But what the standout is that it's through the state's testing, it's inconclusive with respect to Koberger, and through this independent testing, it ruled him out. So I'm not sure why the defense would want the DNA evidence thrown out if they have reliable expert testing that shows that excludes Koberger from that DNA profile.
Yeah, so if the initial testing is saying inconclusive and the state additional testing is saying that Koberger has been ruled out from the DNA under Maddie's fingernails, can they present both sides to the jury, or does the judge end up making a decision about which testing was more reliable? How does that work?
Well, theoretically, they can present both sides, right? The defense is absolutely entitled to put on whatever defense evidence that they have. However, depending on what this testing, this independent testing is and how reliable it is, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a state's motion trying to exclude that independent testing.
It's been so frustrating, Edwina, for those of us following the case because so many of the court documents have been sealed. We've been kept out of hearings. They don't let us in for some of these hearings. And now the judge has come out and said that he's upset by it, that he doesn't believe that the defense should continue to file these motions under seal, that the public deserves to know more. Do you think we're about to get a treasure trove of information in the next couple of weeks, suddenly out of this court, that we weren't expecting, now that the judge seems to say, hey, we want more stuff public?
I do. Absolutely. I think with Judge Hippler presiding, as what we've seen in his rulings, and with this, the latest order, the tides are changing, and we are seeing more information than we've seen during the pendency of this case in a few short months. Absolutely, the tides are changing, and that is the correct
Yeah, I mean, we
thing.
got
That's
that in.
should happen.
Yeah, and listen, as a journalist, that's the way I feel, obviously.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, so that's good. You might be getting a lot more information, guys. So sorry, I'm just like collecting some of the stuff I want to go over from my files as I'm playing this stuff for this week. What do you guys think? Anyway. No, I didn't mean to do that. Shoot. All right. Okay, guys, I am probably going to end it because I do have to get up early. I forgot I have an appointment. Oh, I keep accidentally moving something on. I'm trying to. So what I do is files. I'll do them in order. Like I'll label them 1, 2, if there's like a bunch of files as I do them. Like, let's say I create a file to do a video. I'll be like 1, 2. So it's like kind of in order as I get them. So I want to keep them all like there. So I'm just trying to copy them instead of cut them. So at least I still have them there in order to like kind of how they all came in. All right, guys. Well, I know I was extra scattered today and I apologize. I hopefully tomorrow I'll probably even be feeling better than today. So I should be a little bit better tomorrow and the next day. And hi, Elsie. Let me talk to you guys a little bit. I haven't really got to engage that much yet. Oh, Colleen, you live there? Really? Do you live close to, wait, do you live in Idaho? Thanks, Becky. Covered fully with only the skin exposed by it. Yeah. I said I was pregnant. Wait, when? You say you thought I said it? Oh, what was I saying when you thought that? I'm trying to think what I just said. Hey, Geraldine. Good morning. Is there any video where we hear Brian talking so we can talk? Yeah, there is. We'll watch it. There's a body cam we can watch. Let's do it like this week, though. I have all like the where he gets pulled over. And he talks a little bit. I mean, it's not that much, but he does talk a little bit. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any more than that one. No, there's a couple. Okay, so he gets pulled over like on his way to Pennsylvania. He barely talks in that, but there's another one from earlier that year that he talks a little bit more in. So yeah, coming up. I guess I should have played them, but I wanted to kind of save that for another video this week because I feel like this one I've been so disorganized and I don't know. I just needed to. I'm glad I just needed to do a live and get back in the swing of things. I still am waiting. I should be getting those Wade messages I was telling you about. That is going to be from before when he first gets arrested. Sorry, I just had a blank. So they'll be right when he first gets arrested, his messages. So I think that'll be interesting. Yeah. Trying to get some of the Ezra interviews out that I've had for so long. I just haven't got them out because I'm trying. They're odd. Like some of them, they're audio. I want to put I'm trying to put pictures and stuff of, and figure out who everybody is and stuff. But those are the things I'm trying to get done. Oh, and I've been watching a little bit of that trial. The hair guy, Simonel, the hairstylist, celebrity hairstylist, that got me interested. One night I just was started watching. I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. And then that new Lori Vallow interview. Oh my Lord. I still have about half. Oh, I'll watch it tonight as I go to sleep. I still have half of that left. I was watching that earlier. Oh my gosh. So there is potentially a lot of stuff. Tonight I was thinking, I was like, man, I wish I could do all three in one, but with what I knew I wanted to read for this case is there'd be no way I'm able to cover it all. But now I wouldn't be able to just show the Lori Vallow interview because I'd get copyrighted. It would probably just shut it down right away. You can't even I had to get it on the app because you can't and then you try to screen record it. It won't even let you screen record. Those apps sometimes protects it, I guess, from taking it. Oh my God, she's crazier than I thought. So yeah. So I have been watching a lot of stuff, I've been watching a lot of true crime lately. I just haven't had energy to do any videos. But yeah, that celebrity hairstylist, that is a pretty interesting case, man. Since that trial was so long, there's no way I'm able to catch up on watching it all since I want to, I'm covering all these other cases or trying to get these other cases covered. But I could probably do it where we just talk about it, maybe go over some highlights. And I could watch some with you. I was watching some of the stuff on Law and Crime where they were almost not highlights, they would play 12 or 20-minute clips of different testimonies. And then I started watching the guy that, what's his name? The one that took the plea deal. I watched his testimony. I watched the sister of the victim's testimony. I watched some of that video where that the guy, her boyfriend or whatever, is trying to leave that coded message. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about that case, Colleen. Isn't that crazy? I feel like that's a big one, and I have not followed that at all. I know there's a lot to that though, so I don't know if I have time with, yeah. No, that's my niece. I had to give it to. She made it for me. Gia, so cute. She made this for me. Look, Scott. How cute is that? The rainbow. She knows I like all the colors. She's like me. She loves all the colors. So she's for couple, was it last? No, 2 Christmases ago I bought her because she always looks at my tie-dyed, I have these tie-dye Crocs. And she would always come up to me and be you could tell she'd always be looking at them. She'd be like, why do you always wear those? But I knew I could tell, like, she was asking me because she liked them, you know, and some other people probably would think that she didn't, but I knew, I'm like, she likes these, I know it. So I brought her a pair 2 Christmases ago. Oh my God, she loved them. She was so freaking excited. And then like she put them on and she saw like I don't know if I had the strap up or down, but whatever I had that day, she like made sure they matched completely. She like looked and they weren't like when she originally put them on, it was not how I had them. So she like fixed them and like was so freaking excited and wanted them to like be exactly how I had. So cute. I was like, I told you, Mom. Because I was telling my mom that she loves those. I was like, I know she wants a bear watch. And I was like, really? I don't think so. And then she's like, wow, you were right. She was like obsessed. She was so excited. I was so cute. Anyway, so she likes all the colors. Isn't that cute? She's so precious. Wait, give me credit for what? What are you talking about? Giving me credit for what? I'm missing it. Oh, ha! Hossein, you're very smart. Hey, Jewel, just Trelly. Hello. Yeah, man, there's so many things. Oh, thanks. Wait, did what, Hossein? Did you? Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, I see. We're okay, but she's so sweet. And then she knows that I'm not good at like playing oh my God, I hate playing Barbies. I never even played Barbies when I was growing up. I did, but I was like, I didn't play them. So my sister had Barbies. I wouldn't have had any Barbies if it was up to me. She, wait a minute. Hold on a second. So yeah, I wouldn't have owned a Barbie, but I might have already told the story. I'm having deja vu. I used to play with the Ken, like my sister would make me play with her, but I wasn't like into dolls or Barbies or anything. But so like yeah, you can imagine. I didn't like playing that when I was younger, let alone now. So it's just like when she's like obsessed with playing, and it's like, oh, I hate it. She always wants to play, so I would play, and then it's like, don't you want to play anything else? Because it's like you have to like, and then it's like you make them talk, but like she wants them to talk the way she wants them. So if you're like you try to name it and be like, oh, I'm Susie. No, you're not Susie. You're this person. And it's like okay, or and then you're like, oh, I'm hungry. No, you're not hungry. You're thirsty or something. So it's like I give up. I don't even know what you want me to say. It's cute, but so I would start to say like I'm not very good at playing Barbie. So and my mom would tell her that too and stuff. And so it was so cute. She freaking because she was here last week and then we went to go for her birthday and stuff, but she was there the week prior and she's like, yeah, she's not. Did I already say this, guys? Did I already tell you this story? Anyway, she says, I'm trying to think the context, but it basically she's like, she was telling my mom, she goes, my mom's like, oh, she's gonna come spend the night and play with you. She's like, says something like, "Oh, we'll play this because she's not very good at playing with Barbies or something." But I think she just said it because she's heard me say it and my mom say it. I don't know if she necessarily like thinks, you know what I'm saying, looks at it and thinks that I'm not, but I don't know, maybe I'm not because I don't feel like I am anyway. So we played Legos when she was here. And my mom was like, my mom was sitting there watching us play, and then after she left, my mom was like, she goes, Man, she goes, the way Gia looks at you when you guys are playing together, she's like, I was like, she doesn't look at me like that. Like, what do you? She just seems like the way she just looks at you and smiles. She just seems like she's just the happiest person ever. She does not look at me like that when she plays with me. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute. So I guess she looks at me a certain way. I don't know. It's precious. She's so cute though. But then, during her party with all of her friends, you don't exist for that minute or that hour, or it was 2 hours. You basically don't exist. She's just about her friends. But then I spent the night. So after that, when we got home, then we played. But yeah, she's cute. She's a cutie. She's so precious. And she says the cutest things. The one day, like when she was up, because she's like I said, she spent the night a few nights, and I'll get like these cramps. Sometimes I get cramps before I'm gonna start my period. I'll get like cramps leading up to it. Like real bad where I have to go lay down just for like they last like a half hour. It's just like they come on, and I'm like I said, this just started probably. I didn't have it my whole life like that. What, like a few years ago, where it would be before, like like a few days before leading up, like I'll have to like go sit down for like about a half hour every day leading up. Sometimes it can happen a couple times a day. And then I have to lay down. It's so bad that I I almost fall asleep, force myself to sleep, and then I wake up and it's gone. So I was getting those real bad. So I was down there with Gia, and I'm like, oh, Gia, I have to go lay down. I got cramps real bad. I'm hurting. I'm just going to go lay down real quick upstairs. I'll be back in like a half hour. And so she followed me upstairs, laid right beside me. And so cute. And then she's like, what's this? What's this? Everything in my room. But anyway, we're laying in bed. Sarah got me this really soft blanket. And I had it on, and I smelled it. It smelled really good, and I smelled it like, it smells good. And then I don't even know if I said, did I say that? I don't know. Yeah, I think I said that. And then she's laying beside me, and she takes it and smells it and goes, yeah, I did say it, because then she goes, this smells good. Did the exact same thing I did. It was so freaking cute. Like she had to do the same thing as when I smelled it, and she had to do it. She is very precious. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know, maybe. California, that cracks me up. I'm not looking forward. I am, because I don't want to have to go through this every month. But then I heard that in itself is like horrible for years. But you rock myself. Oh yeah, it's horrible. Yes, it's like so bad. Thank God though, like I said, I don't think I'd be able to handle anything more than like a half hour because it's such excruciating pain for that half hour. It's just like that's why like it doesn't last longer. Like a human wouldn't be able to handle it so bad for a while, for that, like very intense, but it's short. But I used to get them when I was on my period. I get like real bad cramps, but not that bad. Not bad enough where I couldn't like still function. Yeah, it hurt, but I was still able to function. But comes on like there's no other choice. I have to lay down, and I curl up like in the fetal position, and just like, and then somehow I always end up falling asleep. Not that time, because I mean she was with me, but most of the time I just end up like it gets so bad that somehow I'm able to like shut my brain off and I fall asleep, and then when I wake up, they're gone, which is pretty good. Yeah, it is like a rocking. Like if I'm in the fetal position and I'm like, like it's just like, oh my god, it's like, and then it'll come, and then it lets up a little bit, and then it comes. Oh my lord, being a woman sucks sometimes. Oh, any men out there? If there's men in the chat, they're probably like, all right, I'm out. No, men don't like to hear about it. Wait, which video? Just Trill? I don't know what video you're talking about. You should release it again for 6 hours or something, make it private again and see what happens if anybody knows. Wait, release what, Just Trill? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Wait, I'm missing. Wait, what video? Remind me. Wait, LC. Who's LC? What video? You got me so curious. Suspect vehicle 1? I have no idea. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, just Trelly. I really don't. If any of 'em- oh, yeah, because I mean, if you're talking about the one that wasn't even on YouTube, so I have no idea if you're like a troll talking about the whole thing. Um, the one you're probably talking about wasn't even on YouTube, so maybe get your facts straight. Because yeah, I don't think that one was even on YouTube, buddy. Anyway. Well, I don't know what one I had to take down. I don't understand what you're talking about. I really don't know which one. Honest to God, I have no idea what one you're talking about. Because if it's that big thing I went through like a couple years ago, that wasn't even on YouTube, so it can't be that. So which one are you talking about? I've had different ones, get taken down by YouTube that like that needed something edited out. A lot of times I edited out and I did reload. Sometimes I did re-uploads a lot of those, but I don't know which one you're talking about. Well, why don't you say which one you're talking about so I know? Because I don't know. Banfield? I have no idea. Banfield. No, I'm curious. I want them to say because I really don't. If they're talking about that one, it wasn't even on YouTube. So I'm trying to get them to say which one because there isn't. Obviously, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Who's Banfield? Like the Banfield. No, I just want them to answer. Just answer it. You could say whichever one you're talking about. Just write it out. I'm giving you the okay. Tell me which one so I can answer you and tell you appropriately. I'll tell you like what happened, or I'll tell you if I could re-upload it. I don't know which one you're freaking talking about. I know. I thought that's what I was wondering. Banfield from News Nation. I've used some of her clips and videos, but I don't like a lot, like a different random one. So I don't know which one you're talking about. They blurred out the underage drinkers. They blurred out the inside underage drinkers. They said they blurred out the inside underage drinkers. When you isolated the car in the background of the body cam, Idaho 4. Wait, hold on. The car in the background of the body cam. The Idaho. Which body cam? The car in the background. The only one that of the body cam from Idaho that I took down was, and I just blurred out, it was the underage kids. That's what I'm thinking you're talking about. I don't remember isolating a car. It was the one that it was one of the first ones that got released where they're getting in trouble for underage drinking and stuff. And I blurred out the underage kids' faces, but that one guy, I didn't. And he like contacted me and said, "Can you please blur out my face?" So I did. I took it down. YouTube didn't say I had to take it down. I did it out of respect. This guy asked me to because it was him, and he just asked if I could take it down because he didn't want his face in there. So I took it down out just to do a favor for that guy, and I basically took it down and blurred his face and put it back up. But I don't remember isolating a car. I feel like if you're that other person, I feel like somebody has I don't know if it was a comment or email before about that, saying like about me doing that and proving something. But I am so lost because when that person said that, I had no idea what they were even talking about. Can you be more specific? Because I don't remember isolating a car. I remember isolating some screams on another body cam. The people, I remember maybe pointing out the one, I don't even know if I pointed out the one big car, the SUV. I don't know, but somebody else, and maybe it's you, had contacted me one time and said I did something with something where you thought like law enforcement or something made me take it down because I was onto something. That never happened. So I don't swear on the Bible, God, strike me dead if law enforcement, wait, how do I word this? If law enforcement really had me take something down because I was onto something, that never happened. It was one of the kids that in the video asked just to blur his face because he didn't want to be in the video. That's all. So I think you had contacted me before. That never happened, if that's what you're talking about. The white car with that screeches tires that left at 11:22. I never took it down. Nobody had me take it down. The only thing that was taken down was the guy, and I put it right back up. I just blurred his face. So nobody made me take anything down. But I know somebody had once commented and contacted me and thought that never happened. I swear to God. Yeah, I think I did do the screeching, the sounds. Yes, I think I did. But nobody made me take that down. I don't understand what you're saying. Are you the one that contacted me before, thinking that like law enforcement, because I was onto something or something, made me take it down? Because that's not true. I don't even know what it was. Like the screeching was, I think somebody said it was like, was it a scream or a screeching tire? But nobody made me take that down. That should still be up, that one. Unless if it got taken down for like copyright or something stupid. Sometimes things get taken down for, but otherwise it should still be up. I have to go through my playlist. But how was it a break though? What did it prove? I'm really confused. I bet you are the one that contacted me before. What did it prove? Can you explain what a screech proved? Oh, you thought it was Brian? Or whoever, the murderer, and screeching and taken off? I have to go back and look at the time, but nobody made me take it down. It should be still up there. Are you sure that you're just not? Go to my playlist. I don't remember what it was called. It should still be up. Like I said, unless if YouTube took it down I'm trying to think if I'd have to go back. Because the only one I took down was for that guy, but I would have put it exactly back up with his face blurred. And I don't think that was the same one. Because the one with the screeching car, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the same as the underage kids, was it? And I think that was like at 2. So that wouldn't even line up to the time. If you're insinuating that was when the person took off real fast, are you insinuating that you think that's when Brian or whoever took off real fast after the murder? Because I don't think it lines up with the timeline, does it? I have to go back and look. That's where they got the first timeline. Who got the first timeline? I think you're I don't know. I don't have any I don't know. Yeah, well, good. I guess I'll let you think I made some break in the case. I don't know. I remember going over like a screech and then it sounded like almost a scream slash then somebody said, "No, it was a screech in the tires," but I don't think any of those body cams were at the same time as the murder that I had, the original ones that came out first. Now I haven't been following it in like over a year, so I know there's other ones that came out since, like surveillance stuff, besides the Linda Lane ones. But yeah, I don't know. I know the guy asked me to take it down, but no cops ever asked me to take it down or law enforcement or anything. It was that college kid to blur his face. That's all. Then I put it right back up with his face blurred. So is that what you were talking about? First timeline. It was hard to isolate because of the fisheye lens. Fisheye lens. Was it a body cam? I don't know. If it got taken down, it had nothing to do with that, though, is what I'm trying to say. It had nothing to do with them because you have to be the person that contacted me before that made it seem like it had something to do with them not wanting it up because I was onto something or something. It had nothing to do with that. If it got taken down, it was probably some copyright or there was one where I took it down because the guy asked me to because to blur his face. I don't know. Hi, is that she builder? No, I'm just curious because I did point out that screech that I thought was a scream and then we found out it was tire screeching, but I don't think that has any relevance to because it wasn't even the same time, I don't think. I'll have to go back. You know what I'm going to do is I was planning on going back through my videos anyway because I haven't covered this case in a long time. So, like, if you had watched me at the beginning of this live, I was saying I was going to go back through my old videos, go back through my old files, and re-go over some of the stuff, like the body cams. I even said I wanted to go over those again, and yeah, I'll go over some stuff. Maybe I'll find some. Sometimes you find something new, like taking time, letting it go for a long time period, and then going back over it, and then sometimes you see something you didn't see the first time. So that's what I'm hoping. Go over some of the stuff, but if I'm remembering, a lot of those body cams were like a couple hours before the murder, I thought. I'll have to go and look. It's been so long. But I could promise you there was no cop or no authority asked me to take it down. It was one person asked me to take it down, that college kid. I could point out which one it was. And he had no power. He just asked me. I could have said no and kept it up, but I was like, okay, I'll take it down. And all I did was blur out his face and put it back up. So the sound would, I don't think that was the one with the sound, but if it was, it would still have been in there anyway. I think you're imagining something that wasn't though. I'm pretty sure that video is still up, I promise. Like I think because did you not contact me before and ask me about it? And you were under the assumption that like because I was on to something, somebody made me take it down. It's just I don't know. That's not true though. Oh no, I didn't even know what body cam. No, I don't mind. But what body cam are you even talking about? I didn't even know. You don't mind? I've used clips of your body cam. No, that's fine. Which body cam though? Are you talking about for this case? Yeah, I remember because you thought that like they made me take it down. Nobody did. I swear to God, there's no authority or anything. I don't even think that one's the same video. The one where that kid asked me to. I don't even think that's the same video with the screeching tires. If I'm remembering right, I think isn't it? I think is it? Maybe it is. I don't remember if it is. It wasn't the same part. Because that's when he was out in the field. Remember? And he was talking to him out in the field. But yeah, I'm gonna go through all those again. I wanted to go through the body cam again too. So, at 3:12, away from 11. But that wouldn't have been the right time though, because it would have been at 4. Unless if it was just when he was driving back and forth, you mean? So okay, just Shirley, I have a question. What do you think that means though? What did it find though? What would it? Are you saying you think that that's Brian or the murderer? There'd be no way to prove it, you know? I don't know. Banfield? They were being attacked in the background, but it's blurred out. Wow, I'm gonna have to. No, you could. It's fine that you used it, but I am anxious to go through some of my old videos. It's been, like I said, it's been like 2 years for a lot of those, or over 2 years for some of those since but almost 2 years since I even looked into this case. So I'm trying to remember or even thought of this case. I just been preoccupied with other cases. But are you talking about the one where the group of kids? Where are you at? Rolomoda? Are you talking about the group of kids that were walking by? That one? Because why are you saying Banfield? Why does everybody keep saying Banfield? What am I? Hold on. Banfield. Yes, that's what. Yes, I knew there was something more because I remember when people used to say it back then, I would get it like confused with Banfield from Ashley. Yes, then like okay. Um uh okay, so you're talking about the group of kids that walk by. I remember that too. No, yeah, you could use it clips. I have all the body cams. I just transferred the files and I have those all together that I was gonna go over tonight, but then I decided, no, I'm gonna go over it this week when I get to refresh my memory and go through them a little bit because I haven't looked at them in a long time, guys. But I do remember the kids walking behind, well, running or like walking really fast at first. And I remember the screeching tires, and I remember that guy contacted me. I remember. Yeah, I mean, that's when I was like that. I was so deep into that case for a while. Banfield. Yeah, Banfield sounds the same, Becky. The True Liars is from Linda Lane. Play my exposing the True Liars. So who do you think? So you don't think it's Brian Rolomoda? Hey, Rissa Roberts. Oh, just Charlie. Well, I'm going to try to cover this. I'm going to try to get back into this case a little bit and see what, since the trial's coming up, go through some of my stuff. And there probably really, besides the court stuff, there probably really hasn't been anything new in this case, though, huh? Because, when it first happened, there'd be like the body cams and just there was always something to talk about. No, it was. I know it was. And then it kind of just became where there wasn't much. I remember when they were saying like around like 2. Yeah, they basically changed that timeline. There was a lot of weird stuff. But just Trelly though, now that we see the text messages and Dylan stuff, doesn't that make you feel like it had to be like around 4 because she saw, she's heard it and saw some stuff at that time. But I don't know. I mean, I admit what they first had said compared to then what we found out. And the thing that makes no sense is they would have known that timeline from day one. They would have known that timeline because they talked to Dylan. So they would have known it was at 4. So why did they say? I thought it didn't they say like around 2 or 3 at first? Why don't I remember 2 for some reason? Or maybe it was 3, but it was earlier. So that's what is so weird that they said that, yet they would have known after talking to Dylan and seeing that stuff that it wasn't that time. So why did they even come out and say that time? It is weird, I know. Oh, hey, the gooch. All right. All right, I'm gonna go. I want to wait to get fresh eyes. I'm tired and I got to get up early, so I want to like look over it with like fresh because I'm like. Plus, I'm just getting over being sick, and But I'm gonna go through everything. I'm gonna go through my old videos too. I'll check out yours, and I'll hopefully we'll talk about it and see what's been going on. I can't wait for the trial. So since I haven't really been keeping up with like the new stuff, like is the trial gonna be? Is there gonna be cameras in the trial or no? I saw some documents. I just was so busy going through the new documents that I didn't feel like I didn't have time to go through those documents talking about that. Did they decide? Hold on, let me see something. Hold on. It's not gonna, okay. Yeah, I'll check out your video, Rollo. And then, if you don't mind, if it is something that I want to share, then I'll maybe share it this week. Let me watch it first so I know what I'm watching. Well, saying you're silly. Yeah. All right. Bye, guys. I'm gonna go. Thanks. The DNAs, I said, oh, really? Okay. I'll check it out. All right. Bye, guys. I just like to usually like watch the stuff before, so I know which parts, like I know what I'm watching and sharing. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. I feel bad. I didn't get to really say hi to some people when I got sidetracked. Some of the regulars. You got She Builder, Becky, the Gooch came in. Geraldine. Who else we got? Austin, LC, Becky G. Well, thanks, guys. And thanks for the gifted memberships, Becky. Hey, Tina. I was always Ken, too. I had to drive around forever and wait for the bench. Oh my God, are you still here, Tina Pita? That comment is too funny. Why do I love that comment? Oh my God, that is awesome. Oh, hey, the other Jules. Colleen. Noodle soup, yummy, 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 yummy. Oh, good. Hey, Tabby Lee. Tabby Lynn. Tabby Lynn. I don't. All right, bye, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse everybody. My brain is all confused because I haven't done a live in like what 8 or 9 days, and then on top of like being sick, and I'm feeling kind of just like out of it and not. Yeah, sorry. I'm not that proud of this video, this live. I'm really not. I know I'm normally kind of all over the place, but this one I'm extra, extra, extra. Like just like ugh. Davy Bentley. No, I know. I'm sorry. It's just me. Aw. I don't want to go to bed because then I know I have to wake up soon for an appointment and I'm going to be tired and I just drank this. Or wait. Energy. You know why? Guys, this will show you how sick I am. For 2 days, I have not been able to drink coffee. And I was drinking it all week barely. Like I would make a cup because I love my coffee and I would try and it would taste so gross and I would have like a half a cup and be cold. So then I would make another fresh and I could barely drink it, but I was still trying all week. But the last couple days, I'm like, why am I even doing that? I'm not even going to make it. It's just making me sick and I'm trying to force it down because it's like something that's a habit, and I usually love it. So for 2 days, but I needed energy today. So I had an energy drink, so I drank this, but I cannot even drink coffee. It's like this, it tastes gross to me. And then it's just like, ugh, just sits, oh, just no. So I hope I get my coffee back because I don't want to start having to drink this for energy. It's a lot more unhealthy with the stuff in it, not the amount of caffeine. But yeah, that's how bad. Okay, Rolla, I will. I'll listen to it or watch it while I'm getting ready for good night, for bed. Yeah, I brought up your channel. I see you got, you have a lot of interesting titles that make me want to click and see what it's about. So I'll go check it out and see. And oh, you got Delphi. All right. Bye, everybody.